Hi, welcome to this tutorial where we'll be learning how to make a full stack YouTube clone using Next.js and the latest technologies. Using Next.js 13 and server components as well as actions, we'll make a fast and responsive website. We will use MongoDB and Prisma to store all of our data, and we will use React and the React best practices such as custom hooks and context to create a smooth UI. Using Tailwind CSS, we will make a sleek UI with animations, and the styling will be responsive as well. We will easily implement Google authentication using NextAuth, and we will leverage Cloudinary CDN to handle uploading and hosting of videos and images. Our forms will be managed and validated using React Hook Form, and all our alerts will use React Hot Toast. We will also include text-based search using the search index feature of MongoDB Atlas, which will also enable recommended videos. And we will ensure code quality using Typescript for our entire project. Some other cool features we have include a custom YouTube-style video player made completely from scratch, YouTube Studio for seeing channel analytics and managing videos, liking videos and commenting on them, and the ability to subscribe to channels and view their videos in a subscription feed. Lastly, we will learn how to deploy everything to Vercel and how to add your own domain as well. So without much further ado, let's get started. So to get started, we'll open up VS Code, and in the terminal, we'll write down npx create next app dash dash TypeScript. We'll name the project YouTube dash clone. We do want to use ESLint as well as Tailwind CSS, so we'll just hit enter. We also want to use the src directory as well as the app router, and we don't want to customize the import alias, so we'll hit enter. And after some time, we see that the boilerplate of our project has been created in the YouTube-clone folder. So we'll cd into it. So cd YouTube-clone. And then to start the project, we can say npm run dev. And then if we refresh localhost 3000, we see that a basic Next.js project has been created. Now for some basic setup, we just want to go into globals.css inside the src app folder. And we want to remove all of the styling over here. And we'll save that. We just want to save the Tailwind imports. Inside page.tsx, we'll remove everything in the return statement, and we'll just return an h1, and we'll say hello world, and we'll delete this image import as well. Next, we'll go into layout.tsx and make some changes. Instead of importing the inter font, we'll import Roboto instead and replace this with Roboto as well. And we'll keep the subsets as Latin, but we also want to add a weight field, and the weights we want to use are 100, 300, 400, 500, 700, and 900. In the metadata, we'll change the title from Create Next App to YouTube, and the description, instead of generated by Create Next App, will be broadcast yourself, which is the tagline of YouTube. And then down here, we'll just change this to Roboto. So that's it for the setup of our project. Before we continue, if you are following along, I do recommend installing these extensions on VS Code, which will greatly help out with this project. So the first component we'll be working on is the navbar, which is shown on top of all pages. So inside the src folder, we'll create a new folder called components. And since the navbar is shared between multiple pages, we will create another folder inside this called shared. And since we have a navbar as well as a sidebar, we'll create a shared folder which contains both of them called navigation. Inside that, we'll make a file called navigation.tsx, and we'll write down rafce, and that's a shortcut which creates a functional component. We'll save that, and then inside layout.tsx, above the children, we'll write down navigation, and if we hit enter, it gets auto imported, and now it gets rendered out on top of the page. Now, as I said, this navigation component will have two children, one the navbar on the top and then the sidebar on the left. Currently, we'll just be working on the navbar. So inside navigation, we'll create another folder called navbar. And inside that, we'll create navbar.tsx. We'll do the same thing with rafce and save that. And inside navigation.tsx, we'll delete this navigation as well as this div. We'll create a fragment and we'll import the navbar, and we'll go ahead and save that. And inside navbar.tsx, we'll just add some styling to the div over here. So we'll give it a class name and we'll be using Tailwind for this. So we'll give it a fixed position. We'll say that it should be w-full for full width. We want the background color to be bg-stone-950. We want it to have a z index of 20, so z20, height of 16, px of 2. We want it to be flex row, justify between, and items dash center. Now, of course, we can't see anything right now because it has no children, except for this navbar text, which is black. But as we add the children, we'll see the flex properties and how they work. One thing to note is that since it is fixed, it'll overlap anything behind it. So we need to go back into layout.tsx. And for the children, we'll wrap it around a div. And we'll give the div a class name of pt-16. So it's push down 16, which is equal to the height of the navbar. Now, the first child we'll want to add inside the navbar is the hamburger menu that shows up on the left-hand side, as well as the YouTube icon. And since that is shared between both the navbar and the sidebar, we'll create this component outside inside the navigation folder, and we'll call it navigation header.tsx. Again, we'll say rafce and save that. And then inside the navbar, we'll make it the first child. So that'll get auto imported and then save that. Of course, nothing is rendered out because we need to add the content inside this. So the first thing we'll add is the hamburger menu icon. And to do that, we'll open up the terminal and stop the npm run dev. And we'll just write down npm I react-icons. And we'll do npm run dev again. Then we'll go to the top and remove this React import and just write down use client because it does use some React properties which are needed in the client component. And then we'll say import brackets md menu from react-icons/md and save that. And then we'll remove this text over here and we'll just render out the md menu component. And since we'll be making this project in dark mode and we want the text to always be white and the background to always be black, we'll go into globals.css and we'll apply a style to the entire body where we'll say @apply and text-white, which is a Tailwind property. And we'll say @apply bg-stone-950 and we'll save that. And now we see that the hamburger menu is being rendered out. Back in the header, we want it to be a bit bigger, so we'll give it a class name and give it h-6 and w-6. And inside this div, we'll give it a class name as well. We'll make it flex row and items dash center so that we can add the YouTube icon later. Now, whenever we hover over the hamburger menu icon, we do want a certain circle to show up when we hover over it. And this will show up over multiple buttons over the website. So we'll just create a wrapper component for that. So inside shared, we'll create another component called icon button.tsx. We'll write down rafce. This will be a client component. We wanted to have an interface of icon button props. Two things will be passed in, optionally a class name to add some styling, so class name and string. And secondly, it'll be an onClick function, which will also be optional. It'll be a react.mouse event handler of type HTML div element. And then inside icon button, we can just say that it's a react.fc functional component, react.props with children, which lets us import the children prop automatically instead of having to add it in the interface over here. And then we can say the icon button props, which we defined above. Over here, we can add curly braces and just say children, which is automatically given to us with the props with children property, class name with a default value of nothing, and on click. And all we'll do is inside this div, we'll firstly render out the children. We'll add the onClick property equal to the function we just got. And then for the class name, we want it to have some logic. So we'll say cursor dash pointer rounded dash full p dash 2, so for some padding. And then when we hover, we want the hover to be bg neutral dash 800. And then we'll do some string interpolation. So in case there is some additional class name passed into this component, this will be applied over here. And we'll save that. Now we can go back inside navigation header and just import the icon button and place our menu icon inside it. And it'll be passed as a child into the icon button and rendered out. And now when we hover over it, we can see a circle being shown. The second thing we have to add into navigation header is the YouTube logo. So to do that, we'll go into the public folder and we'll create another folder called images inside this. And we'll add the SVG for the YouTube logo. You can find it on Google or get it from the YouTube website or through the GitHub repo linked in the description down below. Then inside the shared folder, we'll create another component called logo.tsx, RAFCE. This will again be a client component. It'll be covered by a link, first of all, and the href will be to the home page, so just forward slash. Inside, we'll be rendering an image, which is given to us by next slash image. The alt will just be logo. The class name will be hidden by default, a cursor of pointer. We'll give it a margin on the x-axis of 4. And then to make it responsive, once it's small, the width of the page, we want it to be block instead of hidden. We want the height to be 20. We want the width to be 90. And then the src will be inside the images folder, the logo.svg. And we'll save that. We can go back into the navigation header and below the icon button, we can just go ahead and add it and save that. And now we can see that if the width of the page is large enough, we have an icon being rendered. So we're done with the navigation header. Now we'll add the search bar, which is shown in the navbar. So inside the navbar folder, we'll create another component called search.tsx and RAFCE. This will again be a client component since it uses React features. Instead of returning a div, we'll be returning a form. It won't have any action, but inside it, it will be an input of type text. We'll give it a placeholder of search and an on change of null for now. And we'll render it out. So we'll go into navbar.tsx and right next to navigation header, we'll add the search component. After the input, we'll have a button and the type will be equal to submit. So it can act on the form component over here. This setup enables us to be able to hit the enter button and still be able to search instead of having to click on this button manually. We'll import an icon, so import md outline search from react icons slash md, and we'll add that inside the button tag md outline search, and we'll save that. Let's add some styling. So for the icon itself, we'll give it a class name of h-6 and w-6. For the button itself, we'll give it a class name. We'll give it a px of 3, a bg neutral of 800, no border, and we'll save that. For the input, we'll give it a class name of w-full, px-4, py of 2, and bg neutral of 900. And for the form itself, we'll give it a class name of flex row. We want the border to be a custom value not provided to us by Tailwind of 1px. We want the border to be neutral 700. We want it to be fully rounded, so rounded full, overflow of hidden, and then width to be 2/5 of the entire page. Now to give it some state, we'll just say const text and set text, and we'll import useState. Firstly, we'll give it a value of an empty string initially. We'll import useState from React. And the fact that we're using useState is the reason we have to make it a client component using useClient. In the input, we'll say on change. We'll take the event and we'll say set text equal to e.target.value. And also the value is equal to text. Now, if we type inside the search bar, we see that the value is updated. The last thing we want to add in the search bar is user options on the right-hand side, which is either a sign-in button if you're not logged in, and if you are logged in, it's an avatar, and if you click on it, it gives you some options. So right now we'll just be adding the sign-in button. So to do that, we'll go into the Navbar folder and create another folder called user options. We'll create a user options component, RAFCE, and then we'll create the sign-in button. So sign in button.tsx and then RAFCE again. Inside user options, we'll delete this text over here as well as this div and just have a fragment, and then we'll go ahead and import the sign in button. For now, this will be the only child it has, but later on we'll add more stuff in here. And of course, this should also be a client component. Inside sign in button, we'll make this a client component as well. So use client. We'll import an icon. So import md outline account circle from react icons/md. We want this to be a button tag. Inside this, we want to render out the md outline account circle. And we want to add the text sign in. And before we forget, we'll add the user options into the navbar. And we see the sign in component over here. We'll add some styling. So inside the icon, as always, a class name of h-6 and w-6. And then for the button, we want it to be flex row, gap of 1 between each of the children, items to the center. You want to give it a border of 1 pixel. Border should be border slate 700, rounded full. Overflow should be hidden. px of 3, py of 1.5. Text should be blue 400. And the cursor should be a pointer when we hover over it. And that's the sign in button. So that is it for the navbar. We see that we have a hamburger menu over here, a search bar, which runs in action as well as a sign in button over here. And we can see that if we increase the width of the page, and we can see that if we change the width of the page, it's responsive as well. Next, we'll be working on authentication, which means signing in via Google. And to do that, we'll need to be able to connect to a backend. And to do that, we need Prisma. So we'll stop our server and we'll say npm install -d for development mode and Prisma. And to initialize Prisma and add all of its related files to our project, we'll say npx prisma init. This will create a .env file inside our project. And if you're using a Git repository and if you have a .gitignore, make sure that it's in there. So I'll just add it to the top. So .env, just so that any changes you make aren't committed into GitHub. Now, if you go into the .env file, you'll see that there's a value called database underscore URL, and it's set to some PostgreSQL URL. Instead of this, we'll be using MongoDB, and for that, we'll be using a service called MongoDB Atlas. So you need to go to the MongoDB Atlas website and click on sign in or create a new account using either Google or GitHub. And once you're signed in, you'll probably see a different page, but what you need to do is create a new project. We'll name it YouTube-clone and click on next, and we'll just click on create project. Once that's done, you'll see a page like this, and you can go into the database tab and click on build a database. Make sure to select M0, which is the free tier. The provider doesn't really matter, and the region doesn't matter either. Keep the name as the same, cluster0, and then you can just click on create. Make the username and password something you will remember. I'll just name it admin and copy the password. And remember what the username you've created is and click on create user. And to make sure that you can access this database from your local development environment as well as any website you deploy it to, you just want to add the access list IP address of 0.0.0.0/0, which basically allows any website to be able to connect to your database, and click on add entry. And with that, we'll click on finish and close. And then we'll go to the overview page. We'll click on the database tab and we'll click on this connect button over here. And we'll click on this MongoDB for VS Code tab over here. And all you need to do is copy this value over here. And then back in the .env, replace the string over here with this. And instead of this password value over here, paste in the password which you had created earlier. And we'll save that. And at the end, make sure to add test after the /. Now that we have a project connected to MongoDB Atlas where all our data will be hosted, we can create a schema for our data, which basically tells MongoDB what our data will look like. So inside the schema.prisma file, we'll say model user. The first field will be the ID, which will be a string. We'll say at ID, which will let Prisma know that this is the ID of this particular model. The default value will be created using the auto function. We'll say at map, and we'll map it to the underscore ID field given to us by MongoDB, and we'll say at db.object ID. And we also need to change the provider from PostgreSQL to MongoDB. Each user will have a name, which will be an optional string, an email, which will be an optional string, but it will be unique. Email verified, which will be date, time. Image, which will be a string. Created at, which will be a date, time. And at default, it'll be the now value. We'll have a list of subscribed channel IDs attached to each user, and it'll be db.object ID. And then we'll just copy this. We'll have a list of liked video IDs and disliked video IDs. And each user will have an account related to it, which corresponds to authentication, so account, and a channel associated with it as well, but that's optional. So channel as well. So both are optional. These are also models which we'll define in Prisma, which helps us map objects inside our Typescript files to collections inside our MongoDB database. So we'll create the model of the account next. So we'll copy this ID stuff again. It'll basically be the same for all of our models. It'll have a user ID which attaches it back to the user model. So we have a forward connection from user into account, and the user ID is the backwards connection from account into the user. So it'll be user ID string at db.object ID and at unique. The type will be a string. Provider will be a string. Provider account ID will be string again. And if these values don't make sense, don't worry, they're provided to us by Next Auth. We just need to define the model for the account. Refresh token will be an optional string at db dot string. Access token of optional string again and at db dot string. Expires at int token type string scope string id underscore token string and at db dot string. Session state of string. And then we'll say that each account has a user associated with it, which is of the user model type. And we'll define the relation. The fields being used to define the relation are the user ID, which we defined over here in line 30. It will references the ID inside the user. So it will reference this value and then on delete cascade. And then we also say that there should be a unique relationship between provider and provider account ID. So every combination of these two fields and their value should be unique in our data. So when an account is deleted, the delete will cascade on to the user as well. So now that we're done with the account, we'll create the channel model as well. Now this is associated with, of course, the YouTube channel associated with an account. So we'll copy over this ID stuff again. Each channel will have a user ID associating it with the user. So string, and we'll copy these values over here. So object ID and unique. It'll have a name, of course, a string, a handle, which will be a string, image src, which will be a string, and then created at, which will be date time, and then the default value will be the current time whenever this object is being created, and then subscriber count, which will be an int, and at default 0. Again, the user relation as before, so user over here, we'll just paste that again. Now each channel which will have a bunch of comments that it has created on other videos. So comments, which will be an array of comment objects. And then it'll have a bunch of videos that itself has uploaded. So videos, video. Now we're doing it this way because you need a channel to be able to comment on another video, which is why the comments are associated with the channel and not a user. And of course, to create a video as well, you need a channel first. So we'll create the video model next. And again, we'll copy over the ID stuff. The channel ID to relate it to a video will be a string and at db.object ID. Title will be a string. Description will be a string. Like count will be an int. Default to 0. Similarly, dislike count and view count. Created at will be a date time with default to now, same as the other objects. Thumbnail src will be a string. Video src will be a string as well. And then similar to the user above, we'll have a relation, but instead of user, it will be channel to the channel model. Relationship will be via the channel ID. It'll reference the ID of the channel object and then on delete cascade as well. So when a channel is deleted, the video will be deleted. And of course, a video will also have comments related to it. So comments, comment array. And lastly, we'll make the comment model. So again, the ID as before. Video ID will be a string at db.object ID. Channel ID will be a string at db.object ID. The text of the comment will be a string and then create it at, of course, as a datetime with default to now. It'll have two relations. First is the channel relation, so the channel that made the comment, and then a video relation, so a video on which the comment has been placed, and it'll be through the video ID, and save that. And that's about it for our schema. So once we're done making the Prisma schema, we can go into our terminal again, and we can say npx prisma db push. And this will basically take the entire schema we've defined over here and then create it into MongoDB collections and then push it to the URL we've defined inside our .env, which basically refers to the MongoDB Atlas instance. So if we go back into MongoDB and if we say browse collections over here, we'll see that all of the different collections which we defined through schema.prisma have been added over here. So the account, channel, comment, user, and video collections. Of course, they don't have any data right now, but once we start making our features, we'll be able to fill these up. So now that we have a database setup where we can store our users' information, we need to actually get started with the authentication. And for that, we need to install a few more dependencies. So we'll go into the terminal and we'll write down npm I next-auth at prisma slash client at next-auth slash prisma dash adapter. So this enables us to use Next.auth, which is a useful dependency for authentication in Next projects. And it also allows us to use Prisma in our code as well as with Next.auth. Now we need to connect our Next.js project to the database using Prisma. And to do that, we'll go into the src folder and create another folder called vendor. This is where we place any code specific to any libraries that we have. So we'll create a file called db.ts and we'll import Prisma client from at prisma slash client. And what we need to do is to create a singleton. And if you don't know what a singleton pattern is, it basically means that we create one instance of an object and use it throughout our application. By creating this, it basically allows us to maintain only one client to our database, because if we are developing locally and whenever we do hot reloads after saving, it would create a new connection to the database, which we don't want. So we'll just say const prisma client singleton. We'll make that an arrow function and we say return new Prisma client, and this function is just basically returning a new client. We'll say type Prisma client singleton is equal to return type of Prisma client singleton. We'll say const global for Prisma is equal to global this, which is an object provided to us by Next.js as unknown as Prisma, and we'll set the type to Prisma client singleton or undefined. We'll go below this and say const prisma is equal to global for prisma dot prisma, or return a new client, export default prisma. If process.env.node env is in production, so that means if it's development, then we'll say global for prisma dot prisma is equal to prisma. So this basically means if there's a Prisma field already on the global this object, just assign it to the Prisma variable and return that. And if it doesn't exist, create a new client, assign it to Prisma and return that. And this means that if it's not production, which means it's development or test, for example, set the global this dot Prisma is equal to the Prisma variable which we just created. So we'll save this. And now we need to make an endpoint which we can use to sign in or sign up. So to do that, we'll go into our app folder and we'll create a new folder called API. We'll create another folder inside the API folder called auth. And inside that, we'll say square bracket dot 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 next auth, all small, and then close the square bracket. And we'll create a file called route.ts and open that up. We'll import the Prisma variable from @/vendor/db, and is the alias to the root of the project, and then vendor/db is the file which we just created. We'll say export const auth options, which is of type auth options from next auth. We'll say is equal to an object. The adapter field will be equal to Prisma adapter, and then we'll pass in the Prisma object into that, which we got from vendor/db. For providers, we'll just have one provider for this project, which is the Google provider, since YouTube is a Google product. So we'll say Google provider, and we need to import that. So import Google provider from next-auth/provider/Google, and then we'll open up the brackets and the curly braces. We'll say client ID is equal to process.env dot Google client ID as string, and then we'll also say that client secret is equal to process.env dot Google client secret as string. We'll say that there should be a pages field, and for sign in, it should redirect us to the home page after we've done signing in. For debug, the value should be set to true when process.env.node.env is equal to development. For the sessions, the strategy we want to use is JWT, so JSON Web Tokens. And then the secret is equal to process.env.nextAuth secret. We'll say the const handler equal to nextAuth, and then we'll pass in the auth options which we just created. And we'll say export curly braces handler as get and handler as post. So what we're basically doing here is creating an API route which configures NextAuth, and we're using the Google provider, and we're passing in a bunch of client IDs and secrets which we'll get from Google in just a bit. And NextAuth will do a bunch of magic in the backend which will allow us to sign in using OAuth on Google with just the click of a button. So you'll see we're using a bunch of environment variables like Google Client ID and Google Client Secret, which we need to set in our .env folder. So we'll go into .env. For next auth underscore secret, you can set it to any value you want. I'll just set it to next auth underscore secret for now. And then two values which we do want to set based on our Google account is Google Client ID is equal to something, and Google Client Secret is equal to something. And to set these values, you need to go to console.cloud.google.com. You will probably be asked to sign up or sign in. And then you'll be asked to either create a new project, or if you see something like this, you need to go to the top and you'll find a button here called New Project. You can name it anything. So I'll just name it YouTube-clone. And then I'll click on Create. It'll take some time for Google to create the new project. But what we'll do now is go into this project and configure our Google OAuth so that we are able to sign in into our website using Google credentials. So we'll select this project. We'll click on the hamburger menu icon over here. We'll go to APIs and services and OAuth consent screen. Select external and create. We'll give the app name of YouTube-clone, and you can give any email for the user support email. And then you can leave the rest blank and then click on save and continue. You have to leave an email here as well. Save and continue. Go into credentials, create credentials, OAuth client ID, select application type of web application, leave the name as anything you want, and then in the authorized redirect URIs, we want to add http colon slash slash localhost colon 3000 slash API slash auth slash callback slash Google. And this is basically the path that Google will redirect to when the user is done signing in using their Google OAuth. And we'll go ahead and click create. Now you'll see that we have the client ID and client secret. So we'll go back into the .env and then we'll paste the client ID for the Google client ID variable and then the client secret for the Google client secret variable. And we'll go back to our app. And now that we know that Google will be redirecting to our website once a user has signed in, we need to add something to our config in Next.js which allows this. So we'll go to next.config.js and then we'll create a field called images, set it to an object and say domains, and we'll write down lh3.googleusercontent.com. And this will basically allow the redirect. And now if we do npm run dev, go into the sign in button, import sign in from next-auth slash react and assign it to the on click on our button. On click is equal to sign in and pass in Google and refresh. Next.auth should take care of all of the signing in via Google OAuth for us now that we've created the credentials in Google Cloud Console. So we click on sign in and we'll see that we're taken into the sign in page on Google. So we'll click on our account. Now you won't see any change in the UI, but if we go to MongoDB and if we go to the account collection and if we just hit refresh, you can see that we have one object and it's equal to the account which we just created by signing in. Now that we can sign in, we'll be using something called server actions, which is a feature in Next.js to asynchronously fetch the current user that signed in without actually creating an endpoint. So to do this, we'll go into the src folder and create a folder called actions, and we'll create a file called get current user.ts. And instead of creating an API endpoint, all we'll do is create an async function which actually returns to our front end the current user. So we'll say export default async function get current user. We'll create a try catch. So if we do have an error, we'll just return null. In the try block, we'll say const session is equal to await get server session, which is provided to us by Next.auth. And then we'll pass in auth options, which we created in our Next.auth route earlier on. We'll say if there is no session dot user dot email, return null. So this basically means if no user is signed in, just return null. Otherwise, the current user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find unique, and Prisma should of course be imported from at vendor slash db, which we created earlier on. We'll say find unique where the email is equal to session.user.email. So basically Next.auth will get the current server session and get the email associated with the session, and then we'll be able to fetch from Prisma the details of the current user which has the email associated with the current session. And then we can just return the current user and save that. Now we can actually use this get current user function to fetch the data of our current user in the front end. But the user data that we want will need to be used in multiple pages throughout our website. And instead of calling this function again and again, we can use React context to make it available within each of our components without doing too much of prop drilling. So to create the context, we'll go into the src folder and create a new folder called context, and we'll create a file called current user context.tsx. We'll say use client, of course, since this is a client component with React features. We'll say import the user model from at prisma/client and import create context from React. And we'll say export const current user context is equal to use the create context function. The type will be equal to the user model which we have from Prisma, or it can also be null initially. And then the initial value we'll pass as null. We'll say that the interface for current user provider should be equal to current user provider props. And we'll just say it takes in a value called user, and it's equal to either the user model or null. Then we'll actually define the providers. We'll say const current user provider. It's a React functional component, so our react.fc of type react.props with children of type current user provider props. This is equal to an arrow function. We'll take in the user which we're getting through the interface we've defined, as well as the children, and we'll return the current user context dot provider. We'll put the children between that, and the value passed into the provider should be equal to the user that we're passing in. So we're creating a context as well as a provider for that context, and then we'll place this inside our layout file, where we'll also be fetching the current user and just storing this inside the context. And then any component which needs the user's details can use this context and extract the user from there. And we'll just say export default current user provider and save that. Now we can go into layout.tsx, and below the body, we'll say current user provider. Put everything else inside this, and then we have to pass in a user, so we'll pass in an object for now. So we'll create the brackets, and now we need to actually fetch a user variable and then pass it through here like this. So before the return statement, we'll just say const current user is equal to await get current user, and we'll import the function which we just made, which is the server action. And of course, if we're using await, we need to declare the function as async. So export default async function. And then we'll pass in the current user to the provider. It'll get stored inside the context, and then any child component can use this value. And as an example, we'll go inside components, navigation, navbar user options, user options. At the top, we'll just say const current user is equal to use context, which is provided to us by React. And then the context we want to use is the current user context. And now if our context is working properly as well as our server action, this current user variable should store the current user that signed in. Now, if we do have a current user, we don't want to show the sign in button anymore. So we'll do something called conditional rendering. So we'll say return and then current user, and then we'll use a ternary operator. So if the current user exists, we want to render something. So we'll just add parentheses. And if it doesn't, that's when we want to render the sign in button. So we'll just remove the fragment that we have over here and add the fragment inside this parentheses. And we want to render two things in this case. Firstly, a video icon to upload a video, and the avatar of the current user. So we'll create a div, and inside that we'll add an icon button, which we just created earlier on. And inside that we will render out an icon, and we want to import that from React icon. So we'll go to the top and say import md outline video call from react-icons/md. and we'll put that between the icon button component and save that. And we can see it's being rendered out since we do have a current user. We'll give it a class name of H7 and W7. And then for the div outside, we'll give it a class name of flex items center, gap of 4 and MR of 4. And then below the icon button, we want to render out an avatar, and we'll create a separate component for that. So inside our shared folder, we'll create a file called avatar.tsx, RAFCE. Now we'll have multiple sizes of avatars, and to do that, we'll just create an enum. So export enum avatar size. So extra small will be equal to 24 pixels. Small is equal to 32 pixels. Medium is equal to 40 pixels. And large is equal to 128 pixels. Then we define the interface for this component. So interface avatar props. Any class name if we have that. So class name question mark string on click question mark arrow function. Size equal to the enum which we just made. So avatar size. And then image source. It's either string or null. Now the avatar will be react.fc equal to the avatar props interface which we just made. We'll destructure the props, so class name, onClick, image source, and size, and the default will be avatar size dot medium. For the return, we won't return a div, we'll return an image. So image from next/image. The alt will be avatar. The class name will be rounded full aspect square. Object contain, and then if it has an on click on it, then we also want to give it a class name of cursor pointer. And using string interpolation, we pass in any other class names which we got in the props. The height will be equal to the size prop. The width will be equal to the size prop. The on click is equal to the on click prop. And then the src is equal to either image src or equal to slash images slash avatar dot png, and save that. And I'll also go ahead and into the public images folder paste in avatar.png, which you can get from the GitHub repo or you can just find online. All we have to do is import the avatar component. So avatar, the size of this will be avatar size, which needs to be imported dot small. The image source is equal to current user dot image, and then the on click, we'll leave that to nothing for now and save that. And there we have an icon to upload a video as well as the avatar of the current user. Now when we click on the user's avatar over here, we should see certain options pop up down below, such as your channel and sign out. So we'll work on that next. So we need to go into src components, navigation, and user options. Inside user options, we'll firstly add a stateful variable which will control whether that menu is open or not. So we'll say const menu open, set menu open, and we'll say is equal to use state and false initially. Below this div, we'll use curly brackets so we can add some logic, and we'll say menu open. If it is open, then we'll just render out some h1 for now. Otherwise, we'll just to render out null. And then we'll say that whenever the avatar's on click is called, instead of just doing nothing, just call set menu open and say true. And now when we click on the avatar, we see that the open h1 is rendered out over there. Now, instead of having an h1, we'll of course create a component for this. Inside user options, we'll create another file called user menu.tsx, RAFCE. Go back into user options and just render that out instead, user menu. We'll define an interface for this, but firstly we'll define it as use client, of course. We'll say interface of user menu props is equal to on close, which is a function which returns void. So user menu will be a react.fc with user menu props. And then we can just destructure the props and take out the on close. What we should return is not a div, instead we return a fragment. The first child is a div and it'll have a class name. And we essentially want this to cover the entire page so that if anything except for this of the menu is clicked, it closes down. So h screen, which gives it the height of the screen, w screen as well, fixed, and z30. So if we do open up the user menu, which won't work because we're not passing in an on close. So for the on close, we want to pass in an arrow function which says set menu open to false. And inside user menu, we'll say on click of the div, just call on close. And we can make this a self-closing div as well. And then below this, we'll add another div. And inside that, we'll just say user menu for now. Now, if we open up the user menu, we see this user menu over here. But if we click anywhere outside, it closes down. And that's because of the first div over here. Now, we don't just want one text over here. We want 3 different items. So instead of making those over here, we'll create another component called menu item.tsx. Again, RAFCE. We'll create the interface. So interface menu item props. We'll take in a logo, which will be a react.react node. We'll take in a label, which will be a string. We'll take in an on click, which is optional and equal to an arrow function, which returns void. And then we want to ask if it's rounded or not. We won't use it for the current component, but we'll use it later on in the sidebar. We'll say the menu item is react.fc of menu item props, and then destructure the props, so logo, label, on click, and round with a default value of false. We want to return a div with firstly the logo and secondly the label. And before adding styling, let's just render these out. So in user menu.tsx, replace user menu. We'll import menu item, and we need to pass in a logo and a label. So logo and label. So the label for the first one is your channel, and we'll go ahead and import the logos we need. So import pi user square fill, pi YouTube logo, and pi sign out from react-icons/pi. And for the first one, the logo should be a component, which is the pi user square fill icon, which we just imported. And we'll go ahead and add some more menu items. So the second one is the YouTube logo, pi YouTube logo, and that should say YouTube Studio. And the last one is pi sign out, and that should just say sign out. And we can see those being rendered out. Of course, we need to add some styling to those as well as the entire menu. So we'll go into menu item.tsx. So the div will get a class name, It will have some logic, so it will use string interpolation, flex, items dash center. On hover, we want the BG to be lighter, so BG dash neutral dash 700. We want a padding of 3 on every side, and cursor will of course be pointer when we hover over it. And then if the round value is passed in, then we say and rounded dash LG. And then the on click should be whatever on click value was passed in. So that's about it for this component. And we see that it does look a lot nicer. Inside our user menu, for each of the icons, we'll add some class names as well. So class name is equal to H7, W7, and MR-4. So add some margin to the right of it. We'll copy paste this into each of the logos. So they're a lot bigger now and seem a bit more spaced out. And then to the user menu div itself, we'll add a class name. We'll have to position it absolutely. So absolute rounded dash MD shadow dash MD. Width is 72. BG zinc 800. From the right, it's 2, and from the top, it's 16 since it is absolutely positioned. Text dash SM. Flex column. Overflow is hidden. And then the Z index is 40, so Z40. And now we see that the user menu looks a lot better, and when we hover over it, it also changes its color. The last thing we can do is add the sign out functionality when the sign out button is clicked. So all we need to do is in the last element, add the on click, make an arrow function, call the on close, which we've already defined over here in the props. And then before that, we want to call out the sign out function from Next.auth slash React. And we'll save that. Now, if we refresh, open the user menu and click on sign out, we see that the user has been signed out. And if we click on sign in, it automatically signs in via the signed in Google account. We'll now work on the ability to create a new channel for a user. So to do that, we'll stop our server and we'll type npm I and we'll install a few dependencies we'll need. So Axios, React hook form, React hot toast, and Next-Cloudinary. And we can do npm run dev once that's installed. Now we'll be creating a modal which will pop up on top of our website whenever we want to create a channel. And since that can be on any page, we'll be using React context again to keep track of whether this modal is open on top of our website or not. So we'll go into src app and layout.tsx and put the modal somewhere here on top of our entire application, but it will only show when our context has it as open. So we'll go into our context folder and create a new context. So create channel modal context.tsx. It'll be use client, of course. We'll import create context and use state from React. The type of the modal state is equal to, so it has a variable which is open, which will be a boolean either true or false. We'll provide a function inside this context called onOpen, and it'll be an arrow function which returns void, as well as onClose, which basically does the same thing. So we'll say export const create channel modal context is equal to, then we'll use create context. The type will be the modal state which we just defined, or null by default. We'll pass in null. We'll say const create channel modal provider react.fc react.props with children is equal to an arrow function. Take out the prop, which is children, which is the only one we'll be taking in because everything will be defined inside the provider itself. We'll return create channel modal context.provider, and then we'll pass in the children. Now we have to pass in a value, so it'll be an object. And now what we need to do is create a stateful variable inside the provider itself. So const is open and set is open is equal to use state and false initially. So we'll just pass in is open, which corresponds to this variable over here. On open will basically be an arrow function which calls set is open with true, and on close calls set is open with false. And then lastly, export default, create channel modal provider, and save that. So we've created our context, and all we need to do is actually use it inside layout.tsx. So right outside our current user provider, we'll just call create channel modal provider. And we don't really need to pass in anything because if you remember, everything was being taken care of inside the provider itself via the use state. So we just save this. So now we have a global state which controls whether our channel creation modal is open or not. Now what we need to do is actually create the modal itself. So inside components, inside the shared folder, we'll create a folder called modals because we will have one for uploading a video as well. So we'll create a create channel modal.tsx file and then rafce as always. This will be a client component, so use client. And then inside layout.tsx, right inside the provider, we can also call the create channel modal component, which we just made. Now, just so we can create this modal, I'll just set the default value of this use state equal to true, so it renders out. So now we'll work on adding some elements inside the modal. So we'll remove this text, and the first thing we want is an h1. And all we want to do is say how you, and instead of writing apostrophe, we'll just write ampersand apos colon ll appear. And we're only doing this because ESLint will give us an error later on if we don't. Below this, we will add a div, which will contain an avatar component. The size will be avatar size dot large. And for now, the image src will be equal to null. And since this is going to be a form, we'll be adding a bunch of inputs and buttons. And we want them to have some custom styling. So we'll create custom components for those as well. So inside the shared folder, we'll firstly create the input.tsx file. Write down rafce, use client, and then let's create the interface. So interface, input props. Each input will need to have an ID because we are using React form for validation. Each will have to have a label, type in case it's a text area or some other type, disabled in case it's disabled when the data is loading, required to make sure that we know which fields the form can't submit without, register, which is a function needed by React hook form to register the input with its state management. So use form register we'll import from React hook form, and then field values, which should also be imported from that library. Errors will be equal to field errors, also from React hook form. And we can use this to render out an error state for any input. Pattern is any pattern matching we have to do for any input. So validation rule, regexp, validation rule again from this library. And then any additional class name which we want to add. So the input will be react.fc of input props. And then we can take out all of these props, so ID, label, type, disabled, required, register, errors, pattern, and class name. For now, we'll just put in the input and the label. So input and label. For the input, the ID will be equal to ID. For the disabled value will be equal to the disabled prop passed in. We'll spread the register functions output, which we are being passed in from React hook form. So dot 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 register, pass in the ID of this input, and we pass in whether it's required and if we need any pattern matching. Placeholder will be just an empty string because we'll be using the label for the placeholder. The type will be equal to the type that's passed in, and that's it for the input. And for the label, we'll say that the HTML4 is equal to the ID of the input. And then we'll render out the label as well inside. So we'll get back to styling the input, but for now we'll create the button component, which we also need. So we'll say button.tsx arrayfce use client, and then just import use memo from React. Create the interface. So interface button props. Of course, there's the on click react.mouse event handler HTML button element. We have a few types of buttons and this will decide their styling. So primary, secondary, box, rounded, and rounded dash dark. And then class name, of course, optional, a string. So button is react.fc props with children button props. We take out the props, so on click type children class name. And now instead of a div, we want to render out a button. Of course, on click is equal to on click, class name is equal to any class name that is being passed in, as well as type class name, which we'll just define. And then we want to pass in any children for the button. Now this type class name will be defined over here, and we'll be using use memo, so it's not declared again and again. So use memo, and it's based on the type prop which we're getting, so we'll just add that into the dependency array. We want to switch on the type prop. In the case of primary, we wanted to return something, and then we'll do the same thing for the other types as well. So secondary, box, rounded, and rounded dash dark. Now to actually add the styling that needs to be applied, so for primary we'll say text dash blue dash 400 uppercase and text dash sm. For secondary we'll say text dash neutral dash 400 uppercase and text dash sm. For box we'll say text dash neutral dash 900 uppercase, font medium, bg sky 500, rounded sm, px dash 4 and py dash 2. For rounded, it's text stone 950, font medium, BG zinc 300, rounded full, PX3 and PY2. And then for rounded dash dark, it's text white, font medium, BG neutral 800, rounded full, PX3 and PY2. And then we'll add a default case where we'll just return an empty string and save that. So that's it for our button component. We'll go back into our modal. Below the avatar, we'll just add a button which we just made, which will just be of type primary, and it will say upload picture. And then we'll have a few inputs which we'll add later, but below that we'll have another div. Inside that we'll have another button which will be of type secondary, which will say cancel, and then another button which will be of type primary, and it will say create channel. And we'll go ahead and save that. Now let's add some styling to our modal before we add the inputs. So for the main div, we give it a class name. We want it to be absolute. We want it to be top from half of the height of the page, left from half of the width of the page. Transform, negative translate x of half, negative translate y of half, flex call, justify to the center, z index of 50, so pretty high, bg-zinc-800, width to be 3/5 of the page, max width to be 2xl, and rounded of xl. So now we see it's at the middle of the page on top of everything else. For the h1, we'll give a class name as well. So text-xl p-3 border b, border neutral 700, and that looks a lot nicer now. For the div below, class name flex call items center, py of 3 and gap of 4 between each item. And then for the lower div, class name of p-3 border-t, border neutral 700, flex justify end, and gap of 3 between each item. Now to add the inputs, we need to actually add some state for the form that we'll be creating, and we'll be using the use form hook from React hook form for that. So we'll go before the return statement and we'll say const curly braces is equal to use form, import use form from React hook form. It's of type field values, which again needs to be imported from React hook form. And we pass in an object with default values equal to name of empty string, which should be the name of the channel which we're asking for, handle of empty string, and then image src of empty string. And what we get back is a register function, a handle submit function, form state, which gives us errors on the form, a watch function, and a set value function, which we'll be using for the image. So now that we have that, we can add our two inputs. So below the upload picture button, we'll add an input. The ID will be equal to name. The label will be equal to name. Disabled will be equal to is loading. And we'll just add that on the top as well. So we'll say const is loading and set is loading is equal to use state and false. And then when we make an API request, this will get set to true, and that's when you can't change any input value. Register is equal to the register function we got from React hook form. Errors are the errors which we got from React hook form. The pattern which we submit should be a value of a regular expression. So for the name, we only want to allow alphanumeric characters as well as space. So we'll say forward slash and then caret, square brackets, A to Z, capital A to Z, 0 to 9, space, and with an asterisk and a dollar sign. And then if it's not met, we want to send a message that says invalid name format. This is a required field, and we'll also give it a class name and say the width should be 3/4 of the parent. And there we have the input. We'll do the same thing for the handle. So handle is loading register errors. For the pattern, we will allow all letters, numbers, underscore, and dash. And we do want it to be 3 to 16 characters long. So we'll say A to Z, remove this capital A to Z, 0 to 9, underscore, and dash. Instead of asterisk, over here we'll pass curly braces and 3 comma 16. And then we'll say invalid handle format. So now that we do have the inputs, let's add some styling to them. So the parent div, we want it to be relative because everything inside it will be positioned absolutely. So class name, relative, and also pass in any prop class name that we have. For the input, let's give it a class name. This will again be based on some logic. So we want the label to be controlled based on whether the input is being focused on or not. So we'll give it a value of peer, and then we'll reference this value in the label later on. But for now, we'll give it a value of peer with full px for py2 rounded dash md outline none border of 1 pixel bg zinc 800 transition, and then we'll add some logic based on whether there are any errors present or not. So we'll do string interpolation and we'll get the errors object which we have, and we'll check if for the given input ID there's anything inside the errors object, and if there is, then we'll say that the border should be red 500, and even when it's in focus it should be border red 500. And if there is no error, then we want border zinc 500, and in focus we want border blue 400. After the logic, if we want to say if the input is disabled, then we want the opacity should be equal to 70, and in disabled we should set cursor not allowed as well so that no input can be given. Cursor dash not allowed, and save that. Now let's add the styling for the label. So class name, we want it to be positioned absolute, bg zinc of 800 to match the background. You want a px of 1, and from the top it should be 2, and from the left it should be 4. The z index should just be 1. Duration of 100 for any animations we have. We want the initial translate to be minus translate dash y dash 5, and then we want to transform the origin to 0 pixels, and then we'll use the peer keyword and we'll say peer placeholder shown, and this basically means that when the placeholder of the peer, which is this input, is being shown, then apply this property. And then similarly peer placeholder shown, and we'll set the translate y to be 0 when the peer is in focus, so peer dash focus. We'll set the scale to be 75, and then also when it's peer focus we'll set the negative translate y of 5. And then similarly, we want to add some logic. So we'll turn this into curly brackets and tilde. And then we'll add string interpolation and we'll say if errors of the current ID is equal to something, then we want text dash red dash 500, or we want text dash zinc dash 500. And now we see that we have an input which has a placeholder, and then when we try to enter something inside it, it goes to the top. And then if we don't focus on it, it goes back to where it was. And if we start typing, we get some values. So our input is working. Now we'll go back into the modal. And a minor change, we don't want this div to wrap the buttons as well. We just wanted to wrap the inputs. And now we see that the buttons are to the right hand side of the modal. Now the next thing we want to do is to enable file upload so the user can upload a picture to be used as their profile picture. And to do that, we'll be using Cloudinary. So you should open up your browser and head over to cloudinary.com, and then you can click on login over here. And then you can either use Google, GitHub, or you can create your own account. And once you're logged in, you'll see this button on the left hand side which says programmable media, and it'll take you to the dashboard. And you should see your API details such as the key, secret, and the cloud name. And you basically have all the details you need to use Cloudinary. There is a free tier, but keep in mind the usage details and if you exceed the usage amount included in the free tier. So we'll go ahead and copy the cloud name over here. And then inside our .env, we'll create another variable called next underscore public underscore cloudinary underscore cloud underscore name. And we'll set it equal to the cloud name from our dashboard. And then inside our next config, in the domains list, we need to add the Cloudinary domain as well. So we'll add res.cloudinary.com. Another thing you'll need to do is go into the settings in Cloudinary, click on upload, and then down below in the preset section for uploads, click on add upload preset and make sure that the signing mode is unsigned, and copy this value and we'll be using this later. So you can just click on save. Now to use the Cloudinary API, we'll be creating a new component which will be shared, which will allow us to do media uploads in any component we want. So inside our shared components folder, we'll create another component called media upload.tsx, RAFCE again. We'll say that it's a client component, so we use client. And then we want to import CLD upload widget from next-cloudinary. We'll say declare global var Cloudinary of type any. And then we'll create the interface for this component. So interface media upload props on change. It'll take a value which will be a string, and then it'll return void. Now media upload is a react.fc of type react.props with children. And then inside we'll give the media upload props type. We'll take out the props, so on change and the children. Then we'll define a function which says const handle upload is equal to result of any. And we'll call the onChange function given to us with result.info.secure_URL. Instead of returning a div, we will be returning the CLD upload widget, which we got from next-cloudinary. We'll say that on upload, we just want to call the handle upload function. For upload preset, we'll set the value to what we copied from the Cloudinary website. And then for options, we just want to say that max files should be just equal to 1. Inside, we'll be passing in a function through JSX. So curly braces, it'll take in a dictionary with the key open. We'll do an arrow function, and inside that, we'll return a div. The div will contain the children. The parenthesis should be around the open. And then inside the div, we'll just say on click arrow function. If it's open, and we'll call the open function, which is being passed to us by the CLD upload widget. And then for the class name, we'll just say inline dash block and save that. So we have a component made, which is like a wrapper around anything else, which will handle any uploads for Cloudinary and upload it to Cloudinary using the next Cloudinary library. Now we can go back to our app, and then inside the create channel modal, on top of the button which we have over here for uploading the picture, we'll just import our media upload component and wrap this around this button. And then we need to pass in an on change function, and we'll create a function called handle image upload. So we'll go over here and say const handle image upload. It will take in a value, which is a string. And then if you remember, we have a function called set value we have returned from use form. And we need this because unlike the name and the handle, which are being controlled by an input element, the picture is being controlled by a button. So instead of being able to use the register function, we have to use set value manually as well as watch. So we'll go over here and we'll say set value. And we want to set the value of image src, which we've defined over here. And we'll pass in some options. So we'll say should dirty, that'll be true. Should touch, true. And then should validate equal to true. And then save that. And then the second value should be the value that's being passed in. And then when this image is uploaded, we need a way of showing it inside this avatar component over here. So what we'll do is we'll create another variable called const image src, and then we'll use the watch function passed to us from use form. So we'll say watch, and we tell it to watch the image src value inside the state of the use form. So whenever this value gets updated via use form, this variable will get updated as well. And then all we need to do is inside the avatar component, instead of passing in null, we just pass in image src. And now if we go into the Moodle and we click on upload picture, we see that the Cloudinary widget pops up, which gives us options on how to upload the picture. And then once it's selected, Cloudinary will handle the upload and it will be rendered out into the avatar. Now, if we try to submit, nothing will happen. So we need to create an onSubmit function as well. And before we do that, we'll need to create the backend for this so that we can send a request to create a new channel. So inside our app folder, we'll go into the API folder and we'll create another folder called channels. And then inside that, we'll create a file called route.ts. So this is a Next.js route. So we'll say export async function post, and then we'll take in the request, which will be of type request. We'll say the const current user is equal to await get current user, which we made earlier. If there is no current user, then just return next response dot error. Otherwise, we'll extract the name, handle, and image src from the await request dot json, and we'll say the const channel is equal to await prisma dot channel dot create, and then we'll pass in the details we want through the data object. We'll pass in the name, handle, image, src, and the user ID should be equal to the current user dot id. And then in the end, we'll return next response.json, and then we'll pass in the channel and save that. So that's the entire backend we need to create a new channel. So we'll go back into our modal again. And now we need to make a request whenever the submit button is clicked. So we'll say const on submit is equal to, and then the type of the on submit function is submit handler. And we'll get that from the React hook form library. So submit handler of type field values. It'll take in some data, and then in the arrow function, we'll just say set is loading to true so that all the inputs get disabled until it's done loading and creating a new channel. Axios, which will need to be imported, dot post, because if you remember the route we just made is a post route, slash API slash channels, because that's the path we have for the Next.js route, which we just made. And then data, which we are getting through the arrow function. Then we'll say dot then, and we'll do nothing here for now. In the dot catch, we'll leave that empty as well. And then in the dot finally, we can just say set is loading to false because the loading is done. And we'll save that. Now we won't be using this onSubmit function directly. What we have to do is call the handle submit function from useForm first, which will run any validation it wants. And then if the validations pass, then it will call the onSubmit function. So we'll go down into the button which says create channel, and we'll say on click, and it should first call handle submit, and inside that it should call the onSubmit function, and we'll save that. So we can check out the validation of our form. So if we don't enter anything and we just click on create channel, we see that errors are shown up into the inputs. But if we do add something for the name, such as code complete, we see that no error shows up for that, only for the handle. So let's add some value inside handle as well. And then if we delete the name, we'll see that there's only an error showing up in the name field. Now, before we actually create a channel, we also want to add the toast feature to our app, which basically shows notifications on the bottom left whenever an error happens or a request is successful. So we'll go into layout.tsx, and at the top, we'll import toaster from React Hot Toast. And then below create channel modal provider, we'll just say toaster and close that. And then in toast options, we'll just say that position of the toasts should be bottom dash left. And then we can go back into create channel modal. And inside, if you remember in the onSubmit function, we left the dot then and dot catch empty. So at the top, we can say import toast from React Hot Toast. And then in onSubmit, inside the dot then, we can say toast dot success and say channel created successfully. And in the dot catch, we can run toast dot error could not create a channel. Now, another thing we want to do in the dot then is refresh the page. And for that, we need to use something called use router. So at the top, we'll say const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. And inside the dot then, after the toast.success, we'll say router.refresh. The last thing we want to do inside the dot then is also close the modal. And for that, we need to use the create channel modal context. So at the top below the use data, we'll say const create channel modal is equal to use context, which will be imported from React, and create channel modal context. And then in the dot then between the toast and the refresh, we'll say create channel modal question mark dot on close and save that. And additionally, we only want to render out this modal when the create channel modal dot is open is true. So before the return, we'll say create channel modal dot is open question mark. If it is, return everything we've made until now. Otherwise, just return null. And we see that the modal disappears now. So now we need a way to open this up, and there are multiple ways in which we'll be opening up this modal. For now, both ways are inside the user menu. So we'll go into the user menu component. And again, we'll create the context over here. So const create channel modal is equal to use context, create channel modal context. And then for the first menu item which says your channel, We'll only be able to show a user a channel if it exists. So if it doesn't exist, we want to first prompt them to create a channel. So we'll say on click, arrow function, and for now we'll just say create channel modal dot on open. And similarly for YouTube Studio, the same logic applies. So we'll just say create channel modal dot on open. Now, if we click on the user menu and click on your channel, we see that the modal opens up. Back into create channel modal, we also want to be able to cancel and close the modal down. So inside cancel, we'll say on click and just call create channel modal dot on close. Save that. And if we click on cancel, we see that it gets closed down as well. And we also want this user menu to close whenever we click on any of the items. So inside user menu, we'll also call the on close function after that's done. On close and on close. Refresh. Again, if we open up the user menu and click on your channel, the menu shuts down and then the modal pops up. Now we're ready to create a channel. So we'll click on upload picture. And if you try to create a channel, it'll show you some errors. In the name, if you try to add any special characters, you see that the regular expression which we added is doing some checks. So we'll just say code complete. And then of course the handle still doesn't work. If we try to add some space in the handle, it still doesn't work because of the regular expression. But if we do something valid like code underscore complete and click on create channel, it sent the request to the backend and then created the toast on the bottom left. And then if we go into our database, we see that inside channel, a new channel object has been created with a Cloudinary image src. So now that we're able to create a channel, we'll be using this channel variable throughout our project. And since we're using it in so many pages, we should create a context so it's easily available. So firstly, we'll create a server action to actually get the current user's channel. So inside actions, we'll create another file called get current channel.ts. So we'll export default async function get current channel. It'll return a promise of type channel or null. And then inside that, we'll create a try catch block. So we'll catch any error and we'll just throw new error of error. And then inside the try block, we'll say const user is equal to await get current user. We'll create a query of type any and we'll just set it to an empty object for now. We'll say if the user exists and has an ID, then query.user_id is equal to user.id. Else, we just return null since there is no current user. And then we'll say const current channel is equal to await prisma.channel.find first. And we'll say where, and then we'll pass in the query which we just made. And we need to import Prisma as well. In the end, we just return current channel. And now we have a server action to get the current user's channel or null. Next, let's create the context which will contain the current channel. So it's very similar to the current user context. So we'll create another file called current channel context.tsx. And we'll copy over the code from current user context.tsx into the new file. And then we can just change all instances of user to channel. So an easy way to do this is Control F and search for user and make sure that this AA button is selected and just write down channel and click this second button over here which replaces all instances and do the same with lowercase. So user and channel and update that and save it. And we have the context for the current channel created. Now we can go into layout.tsx. And as we did before, we say const current channel is equal to await get current channel. And then inside current user provider, we'll also add the current channel provider. And we'll wrap the navigation and the children within that. And then for the channel, we'll just pass in the current channel. So now the value of the current user's channel should be available throughout our app. So it's now time to use that value. So the first place we can use that is inside this menu over here, where we first want to check if the channel exists or not, and then take an action if these two buttons are clicked. So we'll go into user menu, and at the top where we're calling const create channel modal, we'll call const current channel is equal to use context, current channel context. And then inside the on click for the menu item, we only want to open up this modal if the channel doesn't exist. If it does exist, we want to take them to their channel. So at the top, we'll say if not current channel, then call this open function. But if the channel does exist, then we want to take them to their channel. And for that, we'll use the router. So const router is equal to use router from next slash navigation. And we'll say router.push slash channel slash current channel dot id. And we'll add a similar logic to the other menu item. So we'll say if current channel does not exist, then open up the modal. Otherwise, take them to slash studio. And then of course, on close and save that. So if we go back to our app, and since we do have a current channel, ideally if we click on the buttons, it should not open up the modal, but it should take us to the respective links. So if we click on that, we see we get taken to a channel with our current channel's ID. Of course, we don't have this route created yet, so it's showing us 404. But similarly, for the YouTube Studio button, it'll take us to slash studio. Now we want to add the ability to be able to upload a video when we click on this button over here. And for that, we'll first open up a modal, which will allow us to upload a video. And then it'll take us to a page which has a form where we submit all the details. So since we are using a modal, we'll do something similar as before, where we create a context for the modal. So we'll copy the stuff inside create channel modal context.tsx and create another file called upload video modal context.tsx and paste all of that stuff in. And then instead of create channel everywhere, we just want to call it upload video modal context. And everything else remains the same. So we can go into layout.tsx and inside current channel provider, we can just include upload video modal provider. And now we can upload a video from anywhere inside our app. So when we click on this button, we want to go to the upload page. So we'll go inside user options, and then on the icon button, we'll pass in an on click, and we'll create a function called handle upload click. So before the return statement, we'll say const handle upload click is equal to an arrow function. If there is no current channel, which we'll have to define at the top, so const current channel is equal to use context current channel context. So if there's no current channel, then open up the create channel modal. So dot on open. And of course, we need to import the context for that as well. So const create channel modal is equal to use context create channel modal context. But if the current channel does exist, then we write down else router.push slash studio slash upload. And we need to create the router as well. So const router is equal to use router from next slash navigation. So now if we click on the upload button, we see that it redirects us to the upload page. Of course, this is empty, so now we'll create that route. So inside the src app folder, we'll create a new folder which will contain all our routes. And to group them, we can use parentheses routes. So instead of acting like a part of the URL, this is just a way of grouping folders. Inside that, we'll create another folder called studio. and another folder called upload. And inside that, we'll make page.tsx. And then inside page.tsx, we'll just say export default function upload page. Now this will have a lot of functionality to it, so we'll just go ahead and declare it as use client. And then for now, we'll just return a div that says upload page and save that. Now we see that the page has been created and we can add the functionality here. So on this page, we want to render out the modal. And once the video has been uploaded through the modal, we'll close it down and just render out the form behind it. So inside the components folder and shared, inside the modal folder, we'll create another one called upload video modal.tsx and rafce. And this will be use client. Now we can render it inside our upload page. So we'll delete this div and create a fragment and then import our upload video modal component. We'll go back into the component. So let's add some styling to it. So the outmost div will have a class name of absolute since it is a modal. Top 1 by 2, left 1 by 2, transform, negative translate x of half, negative translate y of half, flex call, justify start, bg zinc 800. Width will be 5/6 of the page. Height will also be 5/6 of the page. Rounded dash XL and then Z index of 50 and go ahead and save that. Now we need to add the content inside it. So the first child will be a div with a class name of P3 border B border neutral 700 flex and justify between. That will have two children, firstly an H1 with a class name of textxl and it'll say upload video. Below that we'll have an icon. So at the top we'll go and import md close from react icon slash md and we'll just include it down here and we'll give it a class name of h6 w6 and cursor pointer and we see we have a close icon. Now this should close up the modal. So at the top we'll do two things. Firstly, we'll add a router, const router is equal to use router from next navigation. And we'll also include the upload video modal context. So use context, upload video modal context. And then we'll add an on click on this MD close. So on click. Arrow function. So we'll say upload video modal dot on close. And we'll also say router dot back. So go back to whatever page you were on before the upload process was started. The next child is another div which will contain the body of our modal. So we'll give it a class name of flex call, gap of 4 between each element, justify center, items also to the center, and height will be full of the entire modal. We want to add a media upload. Inside that will be an icon button. And inside that we'll add an icon as well. So md upload from React icons, md upload. The icon button will have a class name of bg stone 900 and the md upload will also have a class name of h20 w20 margin of 8 and text neutral 800. And of course on the on change we need to add a function. We'll just leave it empty for now. This should be 400 and this should be BG. And now we have a button for uploading videos. Below the media upload, we'll add another div. It'll have a class name of flex, flex call, and items center. Inside the div, firstly, we'll have a p tag with select files to upload as the content, and then another p tag with the class name text, neutral 400, and text dash sm. And it'll say your videos will be private until you publish them. Below this div, we'll have another media upload, and this will contain a button of type box, and it'll say select files. And again, for now, we'll say on change should be an empty arrow function and save that. It should be files. And now we have a modal for uploading videos. So now the state of the video will be controlled by the page and not the modal itself. So we need to pass in a function which decides what happens once the video is uploaded. So at the top, we'll say interface upload video modal props on upload. It'll take a value string void, and then of course this is react.fc upload video modal props, and then extract the on upload function. Then at the top we can create const handle upload is equal to value of string, and we'll say on upload and pass in the value, and also upload video modal dot on close. And then we can pass it into the media uploads now. So instead of this empty arrow function, we'll paste that in, and then we'll paste that in. Now, if we save that, it'll give us an error because of course we're not passing in any function over here. So now over here, we'll actually add the state of our upload video form, which will contain details like the title, description, and of course the video source. So firstly, we'll say const upload video modal is equal to use context upload video modal context, and we'll create a use effect which will basically say upload video modal dot on open whenever this page opens up. So we'll pass in a dependency array of an empty array. So whenever this page opens up, the modal will open up by itself. Next, we'll add the state of the form using the React hook form library. So we'll say const register handle submit form state errors watch and set value is equal to use form, and of course we need to import that. So import use form field values and submit handler from React hook form. The use form should be of type field values, and then pass an object with the default values. The title will be an empty string. The description will also be an empty string. Same for thumbnail, src, and for video src. And now what we can do is for the upload video modal, for on upload, we can pass in an arrow function which takes in a value, and then it calls the change value function, which we still have to create. So change value. And for the video src variable being tracked by the use form, we'll pass in this value. Now let's create this const change value function. So it takes in an ID of string and value of string, and we'll call the set value function returned to us by use form. We'll pass in the ID, value, and then a few options. So should dirty, true, should touch, true, should validate, true, and save that. Now, if we upload a video via the modal, it'll get updated inside our use form state. Now, once the video is uploaded, we need to render out a form on the page itself. So for now, we'll hide the modal, and we'll create the form that should be behind it. So we'll create a div and give it a class name of flex call px8 and pt4. Save that. The first child should be another div of class name flex and justify between. The first child will be an h1 with class name of text-2xl, and it'll say video details. Below that, we'll make a span with class name flex and gap 4. We'll add two buttons, so import button. Type will be secondary over here, and it'll say cancel. And then on click, we'll say arrow function router dot back, and we need to import the router. So const router is equal to use router from next navigation, just so that if we try to cancel the video upload, it'll take us back to the previous page. We'll create another button below this of type box, and it'll say save. And similar to what we did with the channel creation, we want to call the handle submit function given to us by use form. And inside that, we want to call the on submit function, which we are yet to create, but we'll create an empty function at the top now. So const on submit is equal to an empty arrow function. Below this div, we'll create another div. It'll say class name empty6 flex call md flex dash row gap of 6 and md gap of 2. We see that the buttons are rendered out over here. Now we'll have two columns over here. On the left hand side will be the form, and on the right hand side will be a preview of the video. So we'll create two components for that instead of making it here directly. So inside our components folder, we'll create a new folder called studio and a new folder called upload. And in that, we'll create a file called video upload form.tsx and rafce. And we'll create another file called video preview.tsx. So save this, and similarly rafce, save this. This will be use client, and so will the upload form. We'll go back inside our page, and the first child will be the video upload form, and the second child will be the video preview. The video upload form will have an interface, and it will take in a bunch of props. Interface video upload form props. It'll take a register function, which is use form register. So we need to import some stuff from React Hook form. So import field errors, field values, and use form register from React Hook form. And this use form register is of type field values. Errors will be of field errors of type field values. Change value, which we have already created, will be a function which takes in a string and a value, which is a string, and returns void. And the thumbnail src will be a string, and is loading will be a boolean. So we say react.fc of type the interface which we just created, and then we destructure the props, so register, errors, change value, thumbnail src, and is loading. Now our form will be using text areas instead of inputs, which we've created before. So we'll be creating another component in the same folder as the input. So we'll call it text area.tsx rafce. Now this also takes in an interface. So we'll just copy the interface which we have defined over here because it shares many properties. So we'll call it text area props. It'll take an ID of string, label of string, disabled question mark of boolean and required question mark of boolean. It'll take in the register as before and errors as well as the change value. We can remove the thumbnail src and is loading and save that. And we'll just call it react.fc of text area props. And again, destructure all the props, ID, label, disabled, required, register, errors, and change value. So we'll be returning a div and it will be relative and it'll have two children, first a div and the next a label. So since we want the height of the text area to be dynamic, we can't use an input. So we'll be using a content editable div, which basically means that we can treat it as an input. So for the div, it'll be self-closing. We want to set content editable to true. We say on input, take the event, so e, change value dot, and then call it with id and e dot current target dot inner text or an empty string. This syntax basically means check if the change value function exists, and if it does, call it with these parameters. We'll pass in the ID equal to the ID we got from the props, disabled equal to disabled. We'll destructure the response from the register function with ID and required. The placeholder will be an empty string. And then for the label, we'll say HTML4 is equal to ID. Now all that's left is to style the text area, but before we do that, let's add it to our form. So we'll go to video upload form and add two text areas. So first we'll give it a class name to the outside div, w-full. And if it's medium, then w-3 by 5 to make it responsive, flex call, and gap 6. So we'll add the first text area, register is equal to register. ID is equal to title. Label is equal to title bracket required. Errors is equal to errors. Disabled is equal to is loading. Change value is equal to the change value function. And then it is a required field, so required, and save that. And we're getting this error because we're not passing any props into the video upload form from our page. So we'll go back into the page and we'll need to pass in some props. So register is equal to register. Errors is equal to errors. Change value is equal to change value. Thumbnail src is equal to thumbnail src. And is loading is equal to is loading. Now we need to define the last two values. So is loading is pretty easy. We'll say const is loading, set is loading is equal to use state false. And then if you remember, we have a thumbnail src property, but as we did with the channel avatar, we can't directly control it using an input. So we have to use the watch function from use form. So we'll say const thumbnail src is equal to a string which is equal to watch the thumbnail src value. And while we're at it, let's create the video src as well. And we see that a text area is being rendered out, but we need to add the styling for it. So we'll go into the text area component and we'll firstly add some styling to the div. So we'll say class name and we'll be adding some logic. So we'll add tildes. So again, we'll use the peer keyword because we need to control the label later on. W-full, px-4, pt-8, pb2, min h of 100 pixels, rounded MD, outline none, border of 1 pixels, BG stone 950, transition and then we'll add some logic for the errors. So we'll say errors of the current input ID. So if the errors do exist, then we'll say border red 500, focus border red 500. If there are no errors, then border zinc 500, focus border blue 400. Outside this, for disabled, we say opacity is 70 and disabled cursor not allowed. So we can actually see our text area now. Now for the label, class name, again we'll be adding some logic. Absolute BG stone 950, PX1, top 2, left 4, Z1, and then errors for the given ID, text red 500 or else text zinc 500, and save that. And then of course the content inside the label should be equal to the label prop. And now we see we have a text area where we can enter values, and then the height changes as we add more text. Let's add the second text area. So we'll just copy this and paste. The ID should be description and the label should be description as well. Below the text area, we'll create another div. We should add a label, and this will be for the thumbnail upload. So we'll say that the class name is block mb-2 and the value inside is thumbnail. Below that, we'll create a media upload. On change for this is an arrow function which takes in value, and if not is loading, then we'll say change value of thumbnail src and set it to the value that we're getting. And the content inside the media upload will be conditional, so we'll check thumbnail src. If thumbnail src exists, then we want to return an image. So image, which we import from next/image, src is equal to thumbnail src, alt is equal to thumbnail, height is equal to 112, width is equal to 192, and then class name, it'll have some logic, h28 w48 overflow hidden rounded dash md, and then not is loading, then cursor pointer, otherwise nothing. If there is no thumbnail src, then we render out a div. Inside that, we'll have an icon. So at the top, we'll just say import fa reg square plus from react dash icons slash fa6. And inside this div, we'll render out that icon. So fa reg square plus. Class name h6w6. Now for the div itself, it will be an input which our form state will be based on. So we'll say that the ID is equal to thumbnail src. We'll destructure the output from register with thumbnail src, and required, we'll set that to true because we do require a thumbnail. And then for the class name, we'll say h28w48 bg zinc 800 rounded md flex items center justify center cursor pointer border 1px, and then check if there are any errors for thumbnail src. If there are, then border red 500, otherwise border zinc 500. And we now have a button for uploading our thumbnail. So if we click on it, it'll prompt you via Cloudinary to upload an image. So we're done with the video upload form. Now we need to work on the video preview. So in the video preview, we'll be returning a div. We'll give it a class name of wfull mdw-2 by 5 flex call overflow hidden and rounded medium. The first child is an iframe, and then the src will be equal to video src. Remove this frame border. And we need to add some props which will be passed to video preview. So we'll say interface video preview props. Video ID is string and video src is string. And then we'll call this react.fc video preview props. And then destructure the props. So video ID and video src. So now our iframe will be getting a video src. Below that, we'll have another div with a class name of bg stone 900 p4 flex justify between and items center. Inside that, we'll have two things. Firstly, a div, and secondly, an icon button. We'll import the icon. So import md outline content copy from react-icon/md. We'll render that here, md outline content copy. Give it a class name, cursor pointer. And then inside this div, we'll give it a class name of w-4 by 5 and truncate. The first child will be a div that says video link, and the class name should be text-sm and text zinc 400. And of course, nothing is being rendered out because we don't have a video src. But below this div, we want to create an a tag, and the value for href will be video src, and class name will be text-sky-500. And then inside, we'll have a variable called video link. Now we need to construct the video link. It'll basically be a value down here which points to the URL of the video once it's published. And this button will allow us to copy it directly. So what we want to do is take the video ID and construct the link from that. So we'll say const video link and set video link, use state, and then empty. Now, instead of using use memo, we'll be using use effect. And this is because we're using the window variable, and that doesn't work with use memo in Next.js. So we'll say use effect, set video link, and we'll do string interpolation, window.location.host/video/ and then the video ID from our props. And of course, in the dependency array, we'll have one variable, which is the video ID. And again, since we're using window location host, we have to use effect instead of use memo. We'll also create a function called const copy link. And we'll be using this to copy the link onto the clipboard of the user whenever this button down here is clicked. So we'll just say on click and pass in the copy link function. Inside the function, we want to use the global navigator object, and on that the clipboard, and we'll say dot write text video link and then dot then. We'll import toast from react hot toast and say toast.success link copied to clipboard and save that. And of course, it's saying undefined because we don't have a video ID yet. And for that, we'll need to make some changes into our main page. So firstly, we'll need to pass in the props which we have. So we'll pass in video src. And then for video ID, we have nothing to pass in right now, because usually if we sent a request to the backend to upload a video, we would get back the ID of the video object from MongoDB. But since we want to render it out before creating a video object, what we have to do is use a dependency called UUID to generate the ID and use that as the ID of our video object once we send it to MongoDB. So we'll stop our server and run npm I UUID and add types/UUID, and then run npm run dev. And then at the top of our page, we can say const video ID is equal to use memo. We'll say const buffer is equal to buffer dot alloc 12, and this is because we need to make an ID of 12 characters, and this will help us convert the UUID we get into a string of 12 characters. So we'll say return, and then we need to import UUID. So at the top, we'll say import v4 as UUID from UUID. We'll say return UUID empty object and then pass in the buffer, and we'll say dot to string, and we want a hex string. And then the dependency array should be empty because you only want to make this video ID the first time this page loads. And then at the bottom, we can pass in the video ID to our video preview. And now you can see an ID is being generated, and we'll use the same ID when submitting this video to the backend. Speaking of the backend, we're all done with the front end for this form. So all we need to do is uncomment this code over here to create the modal. And we only want to render this upload video modal out if the modal context contains is open as true. So we'll just wrap it in curly braces and say upload video modal dot is open, and then only render out this modal. So if we select a file, we see that the modal automatically closes and a video preview is also shown. And it works in a larger screen as well. Now we need to add the backend for this. So inside our API, we'll create a videos folder and then a route.ts. Inside that, we'll say export async function post request of type request. We'll get the current channel, so const current channel is equal to get current channel. If not current channel, we'll say return next response dot error. Otherwise, we extract the ID, title, description, video src, and thumbnail src from request.json. We say const video is equal to await prisma dot video dot create, and then in the data object we pass in the title, description, video src, thumbnail src, id, and the channel id should be equal to current channel dot id, and this get current channel should be await. And then in the end we just say return next response dot json and then video. So we have the API endpoint ready for creating a video. We just need to add the request into our page. So inside on submit, we'll call it a submit handler of type field values. It'll take in some data given to us by the handle submit function of use form. We'll say set is loading to true. We'll import Axios and say Axios dot post slash API slash videos, the data dot then arrow function. We'll call in the toast as well on the top. So import toast from React hot toast. And then if the upload is successful, we'll say toast.success, video published successfully. And we'll also use the router, so we'll say router.push and just take them to the studio where they can see the analytics and all their videos. And then in the dot catch, we'll say toast.error could not publish video. And then dot finally set is loading to false, and save that. So now we have everything we need to upload our video. If we do try to click save right now, we'll see errors on our title, description, and thumbnail because they are all required fields. So let's upload a thumbnail. And if we click on save, now only the error shows up for the title and description. So we'll add a title. We'll just name it test video. And then in the description, we'll say this is a test video. And now we'll click on save. So you saw we got the toast on the bottom and then we're redirected to YouTube Studio. So that's about it for the video upload. One last thing we want to do is we only want the user to be able to upload a video if they're signed in and if they have a current account. So what we want to do is go into SRC and create a folder called hooks. You want to create a hook called use protected route.ts. Inside that, we'll create an interface for use protected route props. And there will be some routes which only need the user to be signed in, but some will need the user to have a channel as well. So we'll just create a prop called check channel, which will be a boolean, and it will basically tell us if we want the channel to also exist to be able to show the current page. We'll say export const use protected route check channel and set that to true. And we'll set this to use protected route props equal to an empty object. And we'll make that an arrow function. Inside, we'll say const current user is equal to use context, current user context. And similarly, const current channel is equal to use context, current channel context. Const router will be equal to use router, which we'll import from next/navigation. And then we'll create a use effect, and it'll have an arrow function inside, which will say if there is no current user, or if we have the check channel flag equal to true and there is no current channel, then router.push and take them to the home page. Otherwise, don't do anything. And then in the dependency array, we'll have check channel, current user, and the router. So this will basically check the current channel if we have the check channel flag true, and it'll check the current user, and it will redirect the user to the home page if they're not logged in or if they don't meet the criteria of the page. So to use this, we'll go into the upload page, and then right at the top, all we have to do is write down use protected route. When we're signed in, if we try to upload a video, it still works. But if we copy this URL and open incognito and try to go there, it'll redirect us back to the home page. Now that we can create a channel and upload videos, we'll work on the channel page, which shows up when you go to a particular channel with the URL channel slash and then the channel ID. So inside the routes folder, we'll create another route called channel. And then since we want to get it at a particular ID, we'll do square brackets and channel ID inside it. And inside that, we'll create a file called page.tsx. We'll write down export default async function channel page. And for now, we'll just return a div which says channel page. Now, since we do have the square brackets channel ID, we'll be getting it as a param inside this component. So we'll say interface channel page params channel ID, and that'll be a string. And then we can get it inside here with params and the type of that is equal to an object with params equal to channel page params. And save that. And then we can destructure the params. So const channel ID is equal to params. And then let's render it out instead of channel page over here. So channel ID. And we can see that we're getting the channel's ID. Now we need to make a server action to get the details of a certain channel given the ID. So inside actions, we'll create another file called get channel by id.ts. We'll create the interface get channel by id params channel id question mark string. We'll say export default async function get channel by id, and then the params will be of type get channel by id params. The return type will be a promise of either channel from Prisma client or null. We'll create a try catch block. We'll catch any error and we'll just throw new error. And then in the try block, we'll get the channel ID from the params. We'll create the query. We'll say if channel ID, then query.id is equal to channel ID. Then we'll say const channel is equal to await Prisma, import that dot channel dot find first where, and then pass in the query which we just made. And then in the end, just return the channel. Now inside our page.tsx, we can just say const channel is equal to await get channel by id and then pass in the channel id. Now in the return statement, we can first check if there is a channel. If there is, we'll return a div which says channel exists. Otherwise, we'll say h1 channel not found. So now we'll add a class name to the outer div, say flex call. And then we want to add a header as well as a list of all the videos belonging to this channel. So firstly, we'll create a component called channel header. So we'll go into src components. We'll create a folder for the channel page and we'll create a file called channel header.tsx, rafce. This will be use client interface channel header props channel of type channel from Prisma client, and then video count of number. It'll be react.fc of type channel header props, and then destructure the props, so channel and video count. And then in page.tsx, we'll make the first child as channel header. The channel will of course be the channel which we got from the backend. And then video count, let's just make it 100 for now. Inside the channel header, we'll need the current user just to check if they're subscribed or not. But for now, we can just say use context and write down current user context. And then the outer div will have a class name of flex call md flex row gap of 6 md gap of 0 px of 24 py of 6 and justify between and items center. Inside that, the first child will be another div, class name flex call md flex row gap of 0 md gap of 6 items center and md items start. Firstly, we'll render an avatar. Size will be avatar size dot large. Image src is equal to channel dot image src. And now we have the current channel's avatar being rendered out. Below that, we'll have a div, class name flex call pt4 gap 4 and md gap 0. Firstly, we'll have an h1, class name text to XL, text center, MD text start. And inside that, we'll render channel.name. Below that, we'll have another div, class name flex call, MD flex row, items center, gap 1 and MD gap 3 with text stone 400. First child is P. We want to do some string interpolation at and then dollar sign brackets channel dot handle, and we'll give it a class name of font medium. Below that is P, and we want to render out the subscriber count. But the thing is, once the user has hundreds of thousands or millions of subscribers, we won't want to render out the entire number, but a compact form of that. And to do that, we'll create a function. So inside src, we'll create another folder called utils and then a file inside called numutils.ts. And we'll say export const compact number format is equal to number question mark, which will be a number. We'll say const formatter is equal to intl, which is provided to us by JavaScript, dot number format en, since we're using English numbers for now, and notation will be of type compact. And we just return formatter dot format number, and since it is optional, we can also return 0. So inside here, we'll add brackets since we're doing JSX, tilde, and then string interpolation, compact number format, and then pass in channel.subscriber count, subscribers, and save that. So it has 0 subscribers for now. And then below that, another P, and then we'll do the same thing as before, but for videos. So video count and videos. Now below this div, we want to check if the channel's user ID is equal to the current user's ID. Because if it's not, we want to show a subscribe button. Otherwise, we want to take them to YouTube Studio if they click on the button. So we say current user.id, and we'll have two cases. So if it is equal, we want to create a link. So next/link href is equal to /studio. And then we just have a button inside which says manage videos. Type of rounded dash dark. Otherwise, we'll create the subscribe button later. Right now, we'll just add a div which says subscribe. So of course, since this is our channel's channel page, we have a manage videos button, and clicking on it will take us to YouTube Studio. So let's go back, and that's pretty much it for our channel header. Now we can work on rendering out the different videos that belong to the channel. So we'll go back to the main page. Below our channel header, we'll create a divider between the header and the body. So we'll say div class name of border b2 border b neutral 800 and capitalize. Inside that, another div of class name text center px6 py2 border b2 border b neutral 400 w24 mx auto and md mx32, and inside just write down videos. Below that, we'll create another div class name mx auto sm mx24 py8 grid calls 1 sm grid calls 2 md grid calls 3 and lg grid calls 4 and xl grid calls 5. And these are all just to make the page responsive, and a gap of 4. Now we want to go through each video that belongs to the user and render it out. So firstly, we'll need to make another server action to get the videos by the channel ID. So inside actions, create another file called get videos by channel id.ts. And it'll be similar to the other function we made. So just go back and paste that here. Instead of channel, we want to import video. It won't be called get channel by ID. It will be called get videos by channel ID. And the function is get videos by channel ID. We get the params and the promise is a video. We get the channel ID in the params and create the query. And in the query, instead of ID, it'll be channel ID. And then we say const videos is equal to prisma dot video dot find many. And we just pass in the queries and then return videos or an empty array. And instead of null, it should just be an array of videos since we can have an empty array as well. We'll go back into our page and then say const videos is equal to await get videos by channel ID and pass in the channel ID. And now instead of video count equal to 100, we'll say videos dot length. And earlier, since we uploaded one video, we have one videos written over here. Now inside this div, we have some JSX. So videos dot map video. And then right now we'll just say div and then video dot title. And we have the test video which we uploaded earlier. Now inside this div, instead of rendering out the video title, we want to render out a video card component. So inside src components and shared, we'll create a new file called video card.tsx. And this video card component will be used in multiple pages such as the search page, the channel page, subscriptions feed, home feed, and then the recommended videos. So since it has so many variations, it's in the shared folder. And we'll be adding a lot of stuff right now, but it'll only be apparent once we implement those pages. So first we'll create the interface of video card props and say channel. So sometimes we'll want to render out the channel details of the video that's there. And in those cases, we'll want the channel. We might want to render the channel avatar or we might not. So we'll get a boolean called channel avatar and that'll be a boolean. The video, of course, we need the video details in all cases. We want to know if we want to include the description or not. So we'll say include description boolean and then is vertical. So in some cases, the details will be vertical, such as the home page and the subscriptions page. And in some cases, it will be horizontal, such as the search feed. So boolean, and then we save that. Video card is react.fc, type is video card props. And then we destructure the props. So channel avatar is equal to false by default. Video include description is equal to false by default and is vertical is equal to true by default. In the return, we'll use a link because if you click on the video card, you should be taken to the video itself. Class name is w-full. Href is equal to slash video.id. And before we forget, let's just go into page.tsx, delete this, and import video card. Since we are looping through an array, we'll set the key equal to video.id, and we'll set the video equal to the video. Back in video card, inside the link, we'll create a div. The class name will be flex items start, and then if is vertical, then we want it to be flex call, otherwise flex row, gap of 2, cursor pointer, and overflow hidden. Inside this div, we'll have another div, class name of relative aspect dash video, and then is vertical, w dash full, otherwise w dash 2 by 5. Inside this div, we'll render an image from next image. Class name is object-cover and rounded-lg. src is equal to video.thumbnail src. Alt is thumbnail for and then video.title. And then layout, we'll set that to fill. Below this div, we'll create another div, class name. It'll be flex gap of 2 items start and is vertical w dash full or w dash 3 by 5. Firstly, we'll check if there is a channel that is supplied and the channel avatar is being rendered and is vertical. In this case, we want to render out an avatar component. The class name is equal to empty-1 and image src is equal to channel.image src. Otherwise, we just render null. So this is to render out the channel's avatar in case we do want to render it out. Currently we don't, so we'll go below this and create another div with a class name flex and flex call h3 with another class name. We'll say line clamp 2 is vertical text dash lg, otherwise text dash md and leading dash 5. And inside the h3 we want to render out video.title. Below that again we'll add some JSX and check channel exists. If it doesn't, render out null. But if it does, then render out a div with a class name of flex gap2 and items center. Again, inside that, if isn't vertical, so that means if it's horizontal, and we want to render a channel avatar. So we have two cases in which we render an avatar, if it is vertical and if it isn't vertical. So this is the second case, question mark, null if it's false, but if it is true, render out an avatar. Size is avatar size dot extra small. Class name is my-1 and image src is channel.image src. And then below that, we want to render out a p with a class name of text neutral 400 text sm white space no wrap, and that will contain channel.name. After this check, we want to render out a p as well, class name of text dash neutral dash 400 and text sm. It'll contain two children. So firstly, compact number format, and we want to pass in video dot view count views. After the views, we'll add a dot, add curly braces again. And over here, we want to render out the created at date of the video. But if you see YouTube, you'll see that the created at is rendered out respective from the current day. So it'll say something like a day ago or 2 months ago. And to do that, we need to install a dependency. So we'll open up the terminal and type npm I day.js and npm run dev again. And we need to add some configuration for this dependency. So inside the vendor folder, create a day.js.ts folder. We'll import day.js from day.js. Import relative time from day.js slash plugin slash relative time. Day.js.extend relative time, and then export default day.js and save that. Now inside our video card, in the braces here, we just import day.js from slash vendor slash day.js, and we say video dot created at and then dot from now. And at the top, we'll say import day.js from @vendor/day.js and save that. And we see that the video was uploaded an hour ago. Now the last thing below this P is if we want to include description, then we'll render something, otherwise null. Inside here, we'll have a div with a class name of white space pre-line text-sm text-neutral-400. And inside the div, we'll go through the video description and we'll split it by the new line. And then we'll map each of the lines in our description. So we'll take the line and the index and we'll return if the line is equal to an empty string, then we want to add a line break. So the key is equal to the index. But if it's not, and if it contains actual text, then we want to render a p tag with the content of the line and the key equal to index. And that's pretty much it for our video card component. It did have a lot of stuff going on, but now it's reusable across multiple pages and we just need to import it and use it. And that's pretty much it for our channel page as well. And it's working perfectly fine in a narrow format, and it works in a wide format as well. Now, if you're on somebody else's channel, you'd want to subscribe to them and you can't do that right now. So we'll add the subscribe functionality now. So let's go ahead and close all the current files. And we'll need to create an API route to handle the subscriptions. So we'll go into the API folder and we'll create a users folder. And inside that, we'll create a subscriptions folder and then a route.ps file. Now we'll add a post endpoint and a delete endpoint in case you want to unsubscribe. So export async function post request const current user is equal to await get current user. If not current user, then return next response dot error. Then we'll get const channel ID from the request.json, and then we'll say await prisma dot channel dot update where ID is equal to channel ID, and the data we'll pass in is subscriber count. We'll use the increment function and we'll increment it by 1. Below that, we'll get the subscribed channel IDs is equal to current user dot subscribe channel IDs. And then into this variable, we'll push the channel ID which we're subscribing to, and we'll say const updated user is equal to await prisma dot user dot update where ID is current user dot ID, and the data we'll pass in is subscribed channel IDs. And then in the end, we'll just return next response dot JSON dated user. So the delete endpoint will follow a similar pattern. So we'll just go ahead and copy everything here, rename it to delete. We'll get the current user still and return an error if the user doesn't exist. We'll get the channel ID, and then instead of incrementing here, we'll decrement the channel. We'll get the subscribed channel IDs, but instead of directly getting it, we'll filter through the current list of channel IDs. We'll get the subscribed channel ID at each index, and we'll filter through all the channel IDs which are not equal to the current channel's ID. So subscribed channel ID is not equal to channel ID. And what that essentially means is that this variable contains all the IDs of the channels the user subscribed to except for the current one, which the user is unsubscribing to. And then in updated user, we'll still pass in the subscribed channel IDs and then return updated user. So that's the endpoint done. Now what we want to do is create a hook which will manage the current user's subscriptions. So inside the hooks folder, we'll create another file called use subscribe.ts. We'll create an interface, use subscribe props. Channel ID will be string, and then const use subscribe is equal to get the channel ID equal to the use subscribe props, and this will be an arrow function. Inside this, we want to get the current user via the use context, and we'll pass in current user context. And then we'll also get in the router since we'll be doing some redirecting. So use router from next navigation. Then we'll create a variable called has subscribed. We'll use memo for this, pass in an arrow function and an empty dependency array for now. So inside this, if there is no current user, then we just return false for has subscribed. Otherwise, we get the subscriptions via current user dot subscribe channel IDs or empty array. And then we return subscriptions dot includes and then the channel ID which we're getting. So this is to check if the current user has subscribed to the channel ID that this function is getting. And in the dependency array, we'll just have the current user and the channel ID. Next, we'll create a function to actually subscribe or unsubscribe to a channel. So we'll call that const toggle subscribed, and we'll make that a use callback. It will be async since we will be sending a request to the backend. So again, we'll first check if not current user. Then we want to show an alert and say, please sign in to subscribe. And then we want to return. Otherwise, we want to do a try catch block and then add a dependency array here. Inside the catch, we'll catch an error, and at the top, we'll import toast from React hot toast. And in the catch, we just say toast.error. And since this function will handle both subscribing and unsubscribing, we'll first check has subscribed. If the user has subscribed, that means they were trying to unsubscribe which failed. So we'll say could not unsubscribe. Otherwise, we'll say could not subscribe. So that's the error case. In the try case, what we want to do is check if has subscribed. Then we want to say await Axios, and we'll import Axios on the top. Import Axios from Axios. Axios dot delete slash API slash users slash subscriptions, and we'll say data of channel ID. Else, we want to do the same, but instead of delete, we just want to do post. And instead of data, we just want to pass in the channel ID. Once either of those are done, we want to refresh the page. And the great thing about router refresh is that it only updates the parts of the page which have changed and not the entire page. So you won't see it re-rendering. You'll only see that certain part of the page changed, which had a change based on the backend request. So we'll say toast.success has subscribed, question mark, unsubscribed successfully, or subscribed successfully. And then the dependency array should have the current user, channel ID, has subscribed, and router. And then we want to return has subscribed and toggle subscribed. And then lastly, before we can use this, we want to create a button which we can use to render out whether the user has subscribed to the channel or not. So inside the components shared folder, we'll create another component called subscribe button.tsx rafce use client. interface subscribe button props channel ID, which we're trying to subscribe or unsubscribe to. It'll be a react.fc subscribe button props, extract the channel ID, and now we can use the hook. So we'll say const has subscribed and toggle subscribed is equal to use subscribe. And we probably didn't export this, so we'll say export const use subscribe, and now we import it and we pass in the channel ID. Let's go into our channel page. So over here, and where we were rendering out the subscribe button, which is inside the channel header, instead of this div, we'll say subscribe button, and the channel ID is equal to channel.id. Back to the button, we want this to not be a div but a button instead. We'll say type is equal to has subscribed rounded dash dark, or rounded if the user hasn't subscribed, and it should say has subscribed, otherwise subscribe. And then on click for this button should be toggle subscribed. So now we see that there's a subscribe button, and since we haven't subscribed to this user, it's showing the subscribe button. If we click on it, it'll show subscribe successfully, and you'll see that the page didn't reload, but this button over here changed. And the data over here changed as well, and it says 1 subscribers now. If we click on it again, we'll see it says unsubscribed successfully, and it says 0 subscribers now. So we'll see only the data which has changed is being re-rendered. Now we'll be working on making the video page where you can actually play the video and see the comments and add your own comments. So to get started, we'll firstly go into the app folder and the routes folder, and we'll create a new folder called video. And since each video will have its own ID and the ID will be included in the URL, we'll create another folder inside that with square brackets called video ID. And then inside the file, we can fetch this video ID and use that to fetch the data. So inside here, we'll make page.tsx. And then inside, we'll write down export default async function video page. And for now, we'll just return a div that says video page. So the first thing we need is to get the video ID from the URL on top. So we'll first create the interface for this page. So we'll say interface video page params video ID, and that'll be a string. And then inside here, we'll destructure the params, and then we'll say params is equal to video page params, and we'll save that. And then inside here, in the first line, we'll say const video ID is equal to params. And then below here, we can just render out the video ID for now. And we see that it's being rendered out over here. So before we do anything, we know that whenever you visit a video, the first thing that happens is that the count of the video gets updated, the view count. So we'll create a server action which will update the view count of a certain video and also return the details of the video. So we'll go into the actions folder and create a file called increase video view count.ts. And then we'll create a function. So export default async increase video view count. It will take in some params and we'll create the interface for it. So we'll say interface increase video view count params. And what it'll take in is the video ID, and that'll be a string. And then inside the params over here, we'll just set this to increase video view count params. And what this will return is a promise of type either video, which we'll get from Prisma client, or null. So we'll go to the top and say import video from at Prisma/client, and there should be a function after this. So we'll go ahead and save that. And then inside we'll add a try catch block. Inside the catch, we'll just catch the error, which can be any, and we'll just say throw new error. Inside the try block, we'll say const video ID and extract that from the params. Const query of type any is equal to an empty object. If the video ID exists, then we'll say query dot ID is equal to video ID. Then we'll say const video is equal to await prisma dot video dot update, where and then we'll pass in the query which we just made, and we'll say the data, take the view count of the video and increment it by 1. So what this will do is it will get the video with the specific video ID, increment the view count, and then return the updated data into this variable. And then lastly, we can just return video. So that's this function taken care of. Then we can go back into the page. And below this, we can just say const video is equal to await, increase video view count, and then we'll just pass in the video ID and save that. And then if the video exists, then we'll render out the video ID. Otherwise, we'll render out an H1, which will say video not found. We'll save that. And since the ID is still being rendered, that means we are still getting some video data. So this page will have multiple elements in it, but for now, what we'll be creating is the video player and then the description section. So we'll go ahead and delete the video ID over here. In the outermost div, we'll give it a class name and we'll say flex call. If LG, then flex row to make it responsive. MX-6, empty-2, and gap of 4. Inside that will be another div. So this will contain the things such as the video description and then the comments. And then there'll be another div alongside this one, which will contain the recommended videos. So in class name, we'll just say w-full. If it's large, then w-3 by 4. Flex call, and gap 4. Alongside this, we'll make another div, which will be empty for now. We'll set the class name though. So we'll say w-full, lg w-1 by 4, flex call, gap 4, and pb-4. Go ahead and save that. In the first div, what we'll do for now is just create an h1, give it a class name of text-2xl, font medium, and break all. And then inside, we'll just render out the video dot title. And there we see the title is being rendered out. So let's go ahead and first create the description component, and then we can start work on the video player. So inside the components folder, we'll create another folder for the video page, and we'll create a file called description.tsx, RAFCE, and this will be use client, and save this. Then we'll go below the title which we just made and say description, and then pass in the video which we have. Back in the description component, we have to create the interface. So we'll say interface description props video of type video from Prisma/client. We'll say that the description is a react.fc of type description props, and then we'll destructure the video inside the brackets over here. And now we can get started on adding the content of the description. So the outermost div, we'll give it a class name, and we want it to have some logic. So we'll add tildes and we'll say bg-neutral-800. We want rounded-xl. We want a p of 3, overflow hidden. And then We will have two states to our description, expanded or not. So for that, we'll add a use state. So const is expanded and set is expanded. We'll set that to use state from React, and we'll just set it to false. And again, because of this use state, this component has to use client. Then inside here in these brackets, we'll basically say is expanded. If it is, then the height should be h fit. But if it's not, then we just want to say line clamp 2 and max h 28. This is just so that only 2 lines of the description are shown if the description is longer than 2 lines. Inside here, we'll create another div. We'll give it a class name of flex gap 2 text neutral 200 and font medium. And over here, we'll render out the views and the date published. So we'll create a P. Inside brackets, we'll say compact number format video dot view count views, and we see that being rendered out over here. And then below that, we'll create another P tag. This will be using day.js. We'll pass in the video dot created at, and we'll format it. So dot format, and we have to import day.js. So we'll go to the top and write import day.js from at slash vendor slash day.js. Inside the format, we'll just pass in the format in which we want to render it. So we want to say MMM for month, D, comma, Y, 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 and save that. And we see that the date of publishing is being rendered out as well. Then below this, we'll actually render out the text of the description. So we'll say class name, and in that it'll say is expanded. If it is expanded, don't add any class name. If it isn't, then just say line clamp 2. Inside this div, we'll create another div, and the class name will just say white space dash pre dash line. And inside that, we'll say video dot description dot split, and we'll split it by the new line. So we'll use the escape operator and pass in the new line. This will return us an array of each line in the description. We'll go through each of those via dot map. We'll get the line and the index, and then we'll say return if line is empty, then all you want to return is a break with a key equal to the index. But if it's not empty and it contains some text, then we want to return a p tag with the actual line inside it and a key of index. And now you see that only 2 lines are being rendered out because we had the line clamp 2. We also need to add a button to expand this. So below this div over here, we'll create a p tag which will say on click, and then what we want to do is say set is expanded, take the current value of is expanded and just return the opposite value, so not is expanded. And then in the class name, we'll say cursor dash pointer, and then if is expanded, we want to give it an empty of 2, but if it's not, then just give it no class name at all. And these brackets should be over here instead. Save that, and then the p tag will have some logic as well. So if is expanded, then we want to show less. Otherwise, we want to show dot 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 more. So now if we click on the dot 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 more, we see that the description is being rendered out. But if we click on show less, then only 2 lines are being rendered. Now we'll work on the video player itself. So where you made the description component, make another file called video player.tsx and RAFCE. This will be use client again. And then above the title, video player. And then we need to just pass in the video src, so which is the Cloudinary link. So video dot video src. Back in the video player, we have to define the interface. So interface video player props, video src is a string. We'll say that it's a react.fc video player props and get the video src in the brackets here. And now we can work on rendering the video. So we'll be going over a lot of functionalities available in the YouTube video player, such as the timeline scrubber, the play button, pause button, the volume controller, and full screen. So let's get started with that. In the outermost div, we want to give it a class name, and we want it to be relative w-full, max width of 1000 pixels, flex, justify center, m auto. We want to be able to tell when it's being hovered on, and we'll want to be able to do that for multiple elements separately. So we'll define a group name for it so we can reference it in other elements, Tailwind CSS class names. And then we'll say bg black. Inside that, we'll have another div, and class name for this will have some logic. But for now, we'll just say it should be absolute, bottom dash 0, left 0, right 0. This div is going to be overlaid on top of our video and will contain all the controls such as the timeline and the play, pause button and mute button. Text of white, bg gradient to t, from dash black slash 40, z of 10, opacity of 0, transition dash opacity, group dash hover. So basically whenever the element with the name group is hovered over, set the opacity of this to 100. So you might have noticed when we hover over the video, all the controls show up, but when you remove your mouse from the video, the controls disappear. And then cursor dash pointer. We'll leave this alone for now. And over here, we'll create a video tag, which will actually contain the video. So it'll say video src. Class name will be w-full aspect-video, and the z will be a manual value of 5. And we'll save that for now. And we see the video is being rendered out. And now we can add the first feature, which is the play and the pause button. So firstly, we'll need to import the icons for that. So we'll go to the top and we'll say import md pause and md play arrow from react-icons/md. Next, we need to add some state to know if the video is playing or not. So const is playing and set is playing is equal to use state, and by default it'll be false, and we import use state from React. Another thing we need to do is we need to be able to control the video, and the video comes in with some inbuilt functions and variables, and to be able to access those we need to use ref. So we'll say const video ref is equal to use ref. The type will be HTML video element, and then the initial value is null. And then we go to the bottom, and then to this video element we'll just say ref is equal to video ref. So now what we can do is we can create a function called const handle click play. It'll use a use callback. Inside that, we'll create an empty dependency array for now. We'll say if is playing, then we'll get the video ref dot current, and then we'll call the pause function on it. So we need to set a question mark here because it can be null as well. So what this will basically do is it will find the element connected to video ref, which will be this element, and call the pause or play button on it. And then in the else, we'll just say video ref dot current dot play. And then we need to update the variable for set is playing. So set is playing, get the current value, and update it to not is playing. And then in the dependency array, just add is playing and set is playing, and save that. Now this needs to be called somewhere. So firstly, what you can do in YouTube is you can click on the actual video and handle the play through that. So we'll say on click on the video itself, and we'll say handle click play. Otherwise, we have to add a play or pause button over here. So what we'll do is we'll go inside this div over here, which is supposed to contain our controls. We'll add a div with a class name of flex, items center, justify between, and text-3xl. Inside that is another div, which will contain all the buttons on the left-hand side. We'll give that a class name of flex, gap-2, p-3, and items dash center. And then we'll add the button that we want to render out. So it'll be a button tag, class name, opacity 70, transition opacity, and then on hover, opacity will be 100. Inside that, we want to check if is playing. If it is, then we'll say md pause. Otherwise, we'll say md play arrow. And that should be just 2 R's at the top here as well. Save that. And now when we hover over our video, we see we have a play button over here and a gradient at the bottom. And then we'll go over to the button and we'll write on click, handle click play. Save that. And now
Here's everything you
the button works as well. So that's it for the play pause functionality. Now another way you can begin playing and pausing the video is through the spacebar. So we'll add another function called const handle key press, also using use callback. So this function will take in an event, which will be a keyboard event. And the first thing we want to do is check if document dot active element dot tag name dot to locale lowercase is equal to input, then just return. We're basically doing this because if you're in the search bar and you're entering space, you don't want the video to be playing and pausing. So if that is happening, if we're focused on an input right now, we don't want to do anything. Then we'll extract the key from the event. We'll do a switch case on this key, and then we'll do dot to lowercase. And then for the case of space, we'll say handle click play. And then for the default case, we can say return. So there are multiple keys that work in YouTube. Like for example, M will be mute. So you can add the other cases over here with the functions we'll be making. And then in the dependency array, all we need to do is add handle click play. Now we need to attach this handle key press function to an element. And instead of attaching it to any of the elements in our page, we'll be attaching it to the entire document. And we'll be using that as soon as the page loads. So below here, we'll say use effect. And in the dependency array, all we'll have is handle key press. And inside here, we'll say window.add event listener. On key down, we want to call the handle key press function. And then we can have a cleanup function inside the use effect. So whenever the page is closed or the component isn't being rendered anymore, we can say return, and it'll call this function window.remove event listener. On key down, remove the handle key press. And we'll save that. And now we'll see that if we go onto the page and if we
here's
click
everything you
on
need
the
to know
space bar,
about me.
the video pauses and plays. Now let's add the functionality for full screen. So alongside the div that's outside our button, we'll create another div, and this will be on the right hand side of the video. We'll give it a class name of flex gap-2 p-3 and items dash center. Inside we'll have a button again, class name of opacity dash 70, translation dash opacity, hover opacity 100, and we'll say is full screen. So we need to add the use state for it and then import the icons as well. So at the top, below is playing, we'll say const is full screen, set is full screen is equal to use state false. And then we'll import the icons. So md full screen exit and md full screen. Back to this line, we'll say is full screen, then we want to render md full screen exit. Otherwise, we want to render md full screen. And this should be a small l. And save that. And now we have a full screen button on the right hand side. Let's add the on click. So on click, and we need to create the function for this. So we'll add a function called handle click full screen. And then we'll go to the top and we'll create a new function called const handle click full screen. It'll use callback. Inside that, we want to check if is full screen, then we do something, else we do something else. So if it is full screen, we just call document dot exit full screen. Otherwise, we say video ref dot current dot request full screen. And then either case, we set is full screen equal to is full screen and then the opposite of whatever the current value is. And then in the dependency array, just set is full screen and set is full screen. Those are the only two things we need. So now if we click on the button over here, it goes into full screen mode. And if we click on this button over here, it goes back into the normal view. Next, we will add the volume functionality and the mute functionality alongside that. So beside this button, which we made for playing and pausing, we'll create a new div. We'll give it a class name of flex items center gap 1, and we'll create a new group and we'll give it a name of volume. So group slash volume is how we name it. Inside that, we'll have the button and then an input of type range. So we'll create the button first. We'll give it a class name of opacity dash 70 transition dash opacity and hover opacity dash 100. And then we'll import the icons which we will need to render for the volume. So we'll say md volume off, md volume down, and md volume up. Back here inside the button, we will want to render out the different icons based on what the volume currently is. So we'll first check video ref dot current dot muted. If it is, then we want to render md volume off. If it's not, we want to check video ref dot current dot volume less than equal to 0.5. And since it can be undefined, instead of using and the question mark, we'll say and video ref dot current dot volume. So if it's less than 0.5, we want to render md volume down. And if it's greater, then we want to render md volume up. Save that. And we see that md volume up is being rendered out because by default, the volume would be 100%. So first, let's handle the case of muting the video. So at the top, we'll create a function called const handle muted, use callback, and it'll have an empty dependency array. And inside here, we want to check if video ref dot current. So if video ref dot current exists, then we want to say video ref dot current dot muted is equal to not of video ref dot current of muted. Now this will update the value, but for React to actually render out the correct button, we want to change the state somehow in the component, and that won't happen by default. So we'll need to create a kind of dummy variable which we can update whenever we change a value inside our video ref dot current. Because for play and pause, we were calling functions on the video element, but over here we're manually changing the variable inside it. So over here, We'll say const underscore set trigger. This should just be underscore is equal to use state, and we'll just say false. Now the value of this doesn't matter. We just want to call this function whenever we change a value. So we'll say after the value is updated, we'll say set trigger, get the current value and just set it to the opposite value. And then we can go down to the MD volume off button. And then on the button that's wrapping it, just say on click, handle muted. Now when we click on this button, the muted icon shows up. And if we remove it again by clicking on it, yeah, it's gone. So we can see that if we're playing right now,
Here's everything you need to know.
you can hear something. But if we click on it again and play, no noise comes out. So that's for muting. Next, what we want to do is we want to be able to change the value of the volume manually. So let's make the function for that first. So below handle muted, we'll say const handle change volume, use callback again. This will take an event and it'll be of react dot change event of type HTML input element. If video ref dot current, what we want to do is we want to set video ref dot current dot volume is equal to number of e dot target dot value, because e dot target dot value will be a string. We want to check if video ref dot current dot volume is equal to 0, or video ref dot current dot volume is not 0 but video ref dot current dot muted, then we want to call handle muted. Otherwise, we just want to call set trigger and then set it to the opposite value. So we're calling this because if the current value is being updated to 0, we want to actually just mute it. So this will set the value of muted on the video to true. Otherwise, if it's not muted but it was muted before, we want to remove the muted variable from our video. So that's, in both cases, we call handle muted. And then in the dependency array, we'll just name handle muted. Now we need to be able to call this from somewhere. So we'll go below the button we made for the volume and we'll add an input tag. So the type will be range, min will be 0, max will be 1, step will be any, so that we can have fractional steps in the volume. The value will be equal to video ref dot current dot volume, and then on change we'll call handle change volume and save that. So now you see we have an input being rendered out over here, and we can change the value over here and it automatically updates the icon. So let's change the styling of this a bit so it looks more like the YouTube slider. We'll say class name w-0 scale-0 group-hover of volume. So when the volume group is hovered over, which is this entire div over here, we want the width to be set to 20, and then group-hover volume, we also want to get the scale to 100, transition dash all, duration of 200, origin dash left, and then accent dash white. Save that, and this should be slash. Save that. And now the input looks a lot more like the YouTube input. So now if we play
Here's
the video,
everything you
we
need
can
to
see
know
that we can
about
move
making
the
charts
slider.
like this in React using
And if we click
Chart.js,
on the mute
a
button, it mutes it. And if we change it
project
again,
which you can make either
we
using
can
Create
see that
React
the
App or
value gets
Vite.
updated.
We just
The next thing we'll add is the timestamp of the current position in the video. So for that, we need the current timestamp as well as the total duration of the video. So for that, we'll firstly go to the top. And before the set trigger, we'll create another stateful variable, and this will be called current duration and set current duration. And we'll do that use state 00:00. So that's the current timestamp and it's initially at 00:00. Then at the bottom, we'll set the const total duration and we'll use memo. The dependency array will be empty for now. And what we want to do is we want to format timestamp. We want to pass in video ref dot current dot duration. And since this can be null, we'll also pass in 0. Now this format timestamp will basically take this value duration, which is the seconds that have passed in the video, and convert it to a value with a colon in it as it is rendered out on YouTube. So for that, we firstly need to create a formatter. So we'll call it const timestamp formatter, and we'll say use memo. And we want to return a new intl dot number format. We'll pass in undefined for the first parameter, and we'll say for the second one, minimum integer digits 2. And then in the dependency array, we'll just leave it empty. So this intl is given to us by JavaScript. And what this will do is it will convert any number into a two-digit number. So even if it's a single digit value, it'll give us 02, 03, and so on. You'll see why we need this when we create the next function, which is called const format timestamp, which is what we're using over here. So we'll say use callback, pass in an arrow function and a dependency array. It'll take in the time, which is a number, and it'll be equal to the seconds that have passed. We'll say const hours is equal to math.floor time divided by 60 into 60 hours. Const minutes is equal to math.floor time divided by 60 and then outside modulo 60. Const seconds math.floor time modulo 60. First, we'll check if hours is equal to 0. That means there are no hours. Then we just want to return, we'll do string interpolation, minutes, colon, timestamp formatter dot format seconds. Otherwise, if there is an hours, then we'll return hours, colon, timestamp formatter dot format minutes, colon, timestamp formatter dot format seconds. And then in the dependency array, all we need to do is pass in timestamp formatter and save that. And after the div with our volume stuff, we'll create another div. We'll say class name text-sm, and we'll say current duration slash total duration and save that. Now we see it's saying 00/839, so it's rendering and formatting the time correctly.
Here's
But we
everything
see
you
when we
need to
play,
know
the
about
value isn't
making
being
charts like
updated.
this in
And to actually update the value, we'll need to use something on the video tag called on time update. And we'll need to call a function over here. So we'll name that update timestamp. We'll go over here and we'll say const update timestamp is equal to, and then inside we'll say set current duration. We'll say format timestamp video ref dot current time or 0. And now hopefully when we play,
React using chart.js. We'll
the
start off
value
with the
should update
boilerplate React project, which you
as
can
the
make
time
either
goes on.
using Create React App or Vite.
So we'll pause that. And that's it for the timestamp. Now the last thing we'll be adding is the actual bar over here, the progress bar of the video. So for that, we'll go over here and inside the second div, we'll add some space, and we'll create another div. We'll give it a class name of cursor dash pointer, flex, items center, mx2 h2, and then group slash timeline. Remember, this is a way of defining a new group, and then we can reference it later in the other class names. Inside that, we'll create another div. Class name will be using tilde, w dash full relative, bg dash gray dash 500, opacity 50, hover, opacity 100, h1, group dash hover, timeline should be slash timeline, h dash full. And you might be able to tell by the color, this is the actual progress bar, the section that has not completed yet. We will save that. And we can see it being rendered out. And when we hover on top of it, we see that the bar gets bigger and darker. And actually, we'll remove this hover opacity 100. Save that. And we see that it works as intended. Now inside this, we'll have two children. First will be the circle, which shows the current position, and then the second will be the red part of the progress bar. So we'll create a span, and we'll say class name, absolute, left 0, top 0, bottom 0, and bg-red-600. Below that, we'll add another div, class name, scale-0, group-hover slash timeline, scale 100, absolute, h-200%, aspect dash square, bg red 600, rounded dash full, translate x to minus 50%, and then top of minus 50% as well. And this is the circle that should show up. And we see that it's over here. We'll set opacity to 100. And over here, we want to add hover opacity of 100. Now we need to figure out how much of the video has completed, and based on that, we want to put the position of this red button over here. So at the top, we'll create another stateful variable called const percent complete, and set percent complete is equal to use state and 0. And then in the update timestamp function which we made down here, we'll say set percent complete math.round, and then we'll pass in 1000 into video ref dot current time, or 0 if it's null. We'll divide this by video ref dot current dot duration, or 1 if it's null. And then the entire thing, we'll divide that by 1000. And we're doing this 1000 thing so that we can get a precision of higher than what we would get without it. Now we need to actually use the percent complete value to change the position of this red button over here. So we'll go down here, and for the span, we'll say style. And now usually it's a bad idea to use inline styles, but in this case, since we are using Tailwind and a dynamic variable, we'll have to use it. We'll say right $100 minus percent complete into 100, and then percent outside. And then something similar for the div, so we'll just copy that. And then instead of right, it should be left. And instead of 100 minus, we'll just remove that. So now if we play the video,
Here's everything you need to know about making
we
charts
should
like
see
this
that
in
the div
React
over
using
here is getting
Chart.js.
longer
We'll
and
start
longer
off with the
as the
boilerplate React
duration
project,
gets
which you can make either
higher.
using Create
And we
React
can
app
see
or
that the
Vite. We
circle
just
is
have
moving
3
along
divs
as
over
well.
here with some.
Now, another thing we want to do is if we click anywhere on this timeline, we want the video to skip to that position. So we'll come to this div over here, the one with the gray color, and we'll say on click, call a new function we're going to make called handle time update. And we'll also need to set a ref on this element so we know where it's clicked. So we'll say timeline ref. So let's go to the top and create a new ref. So const timeline ref is equal to use ref HTML div element null. And then we'll create the new function. So we'll go to the bottom and we'll call it const handle time update. We'll set it using use callback. Inside that, we'll be using the timeline ref and video ref. So we'll add that to the dependency array. Now what we want to do is we want to get an event. So react.mouse event HTML element. We first want to check if there is no timeline ref.current, then just return. This will be easier than adding if statements later on or question marks. It's a const timeline bounds is equal to timeline ref.current.get bounding client rect. So what we're basically going to do is figure out where along this div it was clicked and to what percentage of completeness it corresponds to the time. So we got the bounds of the timeline, and then we'll get const click position is equal to e.clientx. And this is the x position with respect to the page of where we clicked. Then we'll get the width of the time that has passed. So we'll say click position minus timeline bounds dot left. So if we clicked over here, it'll get the position of our mouse over here with respect to the page. And then timeline bounds dot left will be this position with respect to the page. So if we subtract those two values, we'll get the position, we'll get the width of the section that we've clicked on. Then we'll also get const timeline width is equal to timeline bounds dot right minus timeline bounds dot left. And then const duration fraction is equal to time width divided by timeline. And then we'll check if video ref dot current, then video ref dot current time is equal to duration fraction into video ref dot current dot duration. So we get the fraction of the video that should be complete when we click on a position, and we multiply it by the total duration, and that gives us how much duration of the video will be complete once it reaches the position where we clicked. And then that should take care of updating the video's position as well. So if we save that and if we play
Here's
and if
everything
we
you need
click
to know.
anywhere, we see
And
that
if you
the
go down
position
below,
gets updated
you'll
and the
see that there are
video's
some
current
dataset
timestamp
properties,
and
and we can apply
section
any
of the
of the
video gets
properties
updated as
down
well.
below. Similarly,
And we
we
can
want to
see it happening
labels
again and
inside the
again.
labels field.
So now we have a basic video player as it is shown in the YouTube website. Next, we'll be adding the section below the title, which contains stuff like the avatar, subscribe button, and the like and dislike button. So inside the video folder, inside components, we'll create a new folder called like subscribe section. And we'll create two files, like dislike button.tsx and its parent component, the like subscribe section.tsx. RAFCE for both and use client for both as well. And then back in the page, below the title, we'll add like subscribe section, automatically close it, and we'll pass in the video. And we also want the details of the channel that made the video. So we'll say const channel is equal to await get channel by ID. And then we'll pass in channel ID is equal to video dot channel ID. And then we can pass that in as well. Now let's go into like subscribe section, define the interface. So like subscribe section props. Channel will be a channel from Prisma client and video will be a video from Prisma client. And then we'll say react.fc like subscribe section props. and extract the video and channel inside the props. We also want to get the current user, so we'll say const current user is equal to use context, current user context. Now the first div will have a class name of flex, justify between, and items center. Inside that, we'll create another div, and beside that, we'll create the like dislike button, which we have made in the other file. So we'll save that. This div will have a class name of flex gap dash 3 items dash center. The first child will be a link. Href will be slash channel dot id. So we want to take it to the channel of the video that was uploaded. And then inside we have the avatar. Size is avatar size dot medium. And then image src is equal to channel dot image src. And we see that being rendered out here. Below the link, we'll have a div, class name flex call, justify between, and mr-2. First element in here as well is a link. Href is equal to the same as the previous one, so we'll just copy that over and paste it. Inside that, we'll render an h2, class name text-lg, and we'll include channel dot name. This should be items dash center. Below this link, we'll add a p tag with text-sm and text neutral 400. Inside, we'll call compact number format and channel dot subscriber count subscribers, 0 subscribers. And then we'll check if channel dot user id is equal to current user dot id. We want to render something, otherwise we want to render something else. So if the user that's uploaded this video and the user that's logged in is different, we just render a subscribe button with a channel id is equal to channel.id. But if it is the same person, then we want to create a link. Href is equal to slash studio. And inside we'll have a button which will say manage videos, and the type is equal to rounded dash dark. And we'll import this subscribe button. And of course, current user should have a question mark in front of it. Save that. And since I have logged in as the person who uploaded this video, I do see manage videos, but you should see subscribe button otherwise. So that's about it for this section. Then we'll go into the like dislike button. Back in the page, we're seeing a red line under channel, and that's just because we need to set this and channel. So both need to exist for this stuff to be rendered out. Otherwise, it'll say video not found. Now in the like dislike button, we'll create the interface. So we need like dislike button props. Just need the video react.fc like dislike button props, get it over here. And then inside here, we should just pass it. So like dislike button, pass in the video. Now, before we render out what needs to be rendered out in this component, we need to create a hook for handling likes and dislikes and sending the request to the backend. So inside the hooks folder, I'll create a new file called use like dislike.ts. And over here, we'll need to create an interface. So we'll say interface use like dislike props. We just need the video ID of string. Then we'll say const use like dislike is equal to video ID use like dislike. And we'll create an arrow function. So what we need to do is get the current user is equal to use context, current user context. Const router is equal to use router from next slash navigation. Then we need to find out the like dislike status of the video for the given user, which is the current user. So const like dislike status is equal to use memo. In the dependency array, we'll pass in the user, current user, and video ID. Now inside this, we want to check first if not current user or not video ID, then just return false. We'll get the const like video IDs is equal to current user dot liked video IDs, and const disliked video IDs is equal to current user dot disliked video IDs. Now for a given video, there can be three states. It's either liked, disliked, or neither of the two. So to handle this, we'll create an enum, which just makes life easier because we can set liked is equal to 1, disliked is equal to 2, and none is equal to 3. And then we can use these three values to represent the current state of the video. So we'll check if liked video IDs dot includes video ID, then return like like dislike status dot liked. Else, if disliked video IDs dot includes video ID, then return like dislike status dot disliked. If it's neither of the two, then it's just going to be like dislike status dot none. So now we are able to get whether the current video is liked or disliked. Next, we need to create a function which will actually send a request to the backend when we click on the like dislike button. So const toggle like dislike is equal to use callback. Over here, we'll pass in the dependency array the current user, the video ID, the like dislike status, and the router. So inside here, it will be an async function because we are making a request to the backend. We'll say if not current user, that means the user hasn't logged in. We'll use an alert, which is given to us by JavaScript, and we'll say, please sign in to like/dislike. And we'll also return, so we don't execute anything. Else, if no video ID, then we'll also return. Then we'll add a try catch. We'll import toast, so import toast from React hot toast. And inside the error, we'll just say toast.error. There was an error. Now, coming to the main part, which is the try block, we'll first check if action, which we'll take in as a prop. So action, it can either be like or dislike. So if the action that the user wants to perform is equal to like, we'll do one thing. Else if action equal to dislike, we'll do something else. In the like section, we want to do a switch case. We want to check the like dislike status of this video. If the case is that it's like dislike status dot liked, so if it's currently liked and the user is clicking on the like button, that means we want to delete the current like. So we'll say await Axios, and we need to import Axios. So import Axios from Axios. We'll say await Axios dot delete slash API slash videos slash video ID and slash like. We'll be creating this API endpoint later, but we just want to break for now, and then we'll copy this and we'll say that if the like dislike status is equal to disliked, we need to do two things. First, we need to delete the current dislike, and then once that's done, we need to axios.post a like. So if the video is already liked and the user is clicking on the like button again, that means they just want to delete their like. If it's disliked and the user is clicking on the like button, that means they want to delete their current dislike and add a like on the video. And then by default, we can just say await axios.post and then send the request to the like endpoint and then break. So we'll copy the switch case and we'll say that if the current status is liked, then we want to delete the current like, and then we want to add a dislike. If it's currently disliked, then we just want to delete the dislike. And then by default, we just want to do axios.post and on the dislike. So of course, the default case is when the current status is none. Then whatever we do, we want to do router.refresh. So all the values are updated in the page, and we want to do toast.success. And since there's just so many cases, all we'll say is success. So our hook is made. We haven't made the backend yet, but we're ready to use it. So we can go into like dislike button, and inside the return statement, before that, we'll say const brackets is equal to use like dislike. We also need to export everything. So export, use like dislike. We'll pass in the video ID as video.id. And then we can get the like dislike status and toggle like. And we need to export these two inside our hook as well. So at the bottom, we'll just say return like dislike status and toggle like dislike. Now it's available over here. So we have the two things from the hook we made. Before we carry on, let's import the icons we'll need. So import md thumb up, md outline thumb up, md thumb down, and md outline thumb down from react dash icons slash. Now the outermost div, we'll give it a class name of flex items center gap 1 bg neutral 800 rounded full px dash 3 py dash 2 text white font medium. Already have the button looking. Delete that. We'll add a button as the first child. We'll give it a class name of pr-3 border r2 border neutral 600 flex items center and gap of 3. The on click will basically toggle like dislike, and the action we'll send is to like because this is the like button. And then inside we'll check if like dislike status is equal to like dislike status dot liked. Then we want to render md thumb up. Otherwise we want to render md outline thumb up. And to each of those we want to give a class name of h-6w-6. So copy it onto this as well. And we have the thumbs up being rendered over here. The second child is similar, except the class name will just be pl-2. And instead of passing in like, we'll pass in dislike. We'll check if the status is equal to disliked. If it is disliked, md thumb down. Otherwise, md outline thumb down. And save that. Right now we see that neither is it liked or disliked. And then in the first button, the last item should be a p tag. We'll do compact number format and pass in video.like count. And it's 0 right now. So now we have everything being rendered out, and we also have the actions and the requests. Now we need to make the backend. So inside src app API videos, we'll create a folder for like, and inside that we'll make a route.ts, and we'll make a folder for dislike, and we'll make a route.ts. So we'll be making two endpoints for each of them, a post and a delete, as we saw. So we'll say export async function post. We'll say underscore request because we won't really be using this request. And then we'll say params, and the params is equal to I params. So this is an interface we'll have to make. So interface I params video ID of string. Over here, we'll say firstly const current user is equal to get current user. We'll say const video ID is equal to params if not current user or not video ID. Then return next response dot error. Then we'll say let liked video IDs is equal to current user dot liked video IDs, and this should be await. Then we'll say liked video IDs dot push video ID. Since we are adding a like to this video, we'll say const video is equal to await prisma dot video dot update, where id is equal to video id, and the data we want to send is like count increment by 1. Now we'll also update the current user. So we'll add the video ID of the current video to their liked video ID. So const user is equal to await prisma.user.update, where ID is equal to current user.id, and data is equal to liked video IDs, because we already updated the array by pushing the current video ID. Then we'll just return next response.json user video. We'll do something similar for the delete endpoint. So we'll just copy all this. Instead of post, it'll be delete. We'll still get the current user, the video ID, and add this check. For the liked video IDs, we'll say current user dot liked video IDs dot filter liked video ID. Only return the liked video ID not equal to video ID. So it's basically filtering out the video ID of the current video. We'll remove this push. Instead of increment, we'll have decrement over here. We'll still update the user in the same way, and then the next response will be the same. Now we'll copy all of this and then go into the dislike route and paste it. Now instead of liked video ID, we'll just Control D to find all the instances and replace it with disliked video ID. And instead of dislike count, Control D to find every instance and say dislike count. And that's pretty much it for the backend for the two. And my bad, this dislike and like folder should be inside of another folder called bracket video ID bracket. And then we'll just move these two into that folder. And if we hit refresh, we can click on the like button and we show that it's successful, and we see the +1 over here on the thumbs up. If we directly click on the dislike button, we see that success shows up again and the like is 0 and the dislike button is lit up now. And then if we click on the dislike button again, we see that the dislike disappears and the success was shown again. So that's it for like and dislike, as well as this entire section below the video. So the next feature we'll work on is the ability to add comments to a video and to render them out. So we'll start with the backend first on this. And to do that, we need to make another hook called use comment. So we'll go into the hooks folder and create a file called use comment.ts. In here, we'll say const use comment is equal to, and then just make an arrow function. Now let's define the interface for this hook. So we'll say interface use comment props. And all we'll need is the video ID where the comment is being added, string or null. And then in the params, we'll say video ID of type use comment props. Now we need two things, the current user's channel and the current user. So we'll say const current channel is equal to use context, current channel context. And before we forget, we'll export the use comment as well. And then below that, we'll say const current user is equal to use context, current user context. Now we need this because to be able to comment, you need to be both logged in and you need to have a channel of your own. So we'll also be telling the user to create a channel if they haven't created one already and if they're trying to comment. So we'll say create channel modal is equal to use context, create channel modal context. Const router is equal to use router as well. And we'll import that on the top. So import use router from next/navigation. Below the router, we want to handle the state of the current comment inside this hook. So we'll say const text and set text is equal to use state, and initially it'll be empty. And now we'll make the function which gets run whenever the user submits a comment. So we'll call it const submit comment. It'll be a use callback. It'll be an async function since we are making an API request inside here. We'll first check if not current user. Then we want to send out an alert which says please sign in to comment and then return. And below that, if not current channel, so the user doesn't have a channel, we'll say create channel modal dot on open, and again we'll return. Then we'll say if not of video ID, we'll return as well because we can't comment if the video ID doesn't exist. Then we'll create an object called data, and in that we'll pass in the video ID, we'll pass in the current text of the comment, and the channel ID will be equal to current channel.id. So this is the channel of the user that's commenting. Then we'll do a try catch. In the error section, we want to use React hot toast. Import toast from React hot toast. And then in the catch section, we'll say toast.error could not comment. In the try section, what we want to do is we want to check if you take the text and if you trim the value, so if you remove any spaces, if something does exist, then we want to await an Axios request. Let's import Axios at the top. So import Axios from Axios. We want to await an Axios request where we'll do a post request to /API/comments/video ID, and we'll pass in the data object which we just made. And then in the dot then, we just set text back to blank once the comment is submitted. Then we'll do a router.refresh to update the screen, and we'll say toast.success comment added successfully. So we're done with the hook for handling the commenting. We just need to add some stuff to the dependency array. So we'll add the create channel modal, current user, current user, current channel, video ID, text, set text, and router. And then at the bottom, what we want to return is text, set text, and submit comment, and save that. Now, before we use this hook, let's make the backend for adding a comment. So we'll go into the API folder. We'll create a new folder called comments, and then a folder called video ID, since we need the video ID in the API backend. And then we'll make a file called route.ts inside there. We'll say export async function post. We'll get the request, and then we'll get the params, and the params are of type I params. We'll define this I param, so interface I params, video ID of type string. Open up the function. We want to get the video ID from the params which we just got. Below that, we want to get the text and channel ID from request.json. We want to check if not video ID or not channel ID or not text, then return next response dot error. Otherwise, const comment is equal to await prisma dot comment dot create, and then for the data pass in the video ID, channel ID, and the text. And then lastly, return next response.json, the comment. So that's the backend for creating a comment. And lastly, we'll also make a server action for getting the comments given the video ID. So we'll create a new action inside the actions folder called get comments by video ID.ts. We'll define the interface first. So interface get comments by video ID params, video ID of type string. Say export default async function get comments by video ID. and the params are of type get comments by video ID params. The return type is a promise of type comment from Prisma client. And we'll also add a channel field into this comment because when we are rendering out a comment, we also need to know the channel details of who posted that comment. And the comment object from Prisma doesn't originally have that. So we also want to add a channel field, and that's equal to channel from Prisma client. And we'll wrap this inside parentheses because we want to return an array of this object, or we will return null. Open up the function, try catch. The error can be of type any, and we just want to throw new error, pass in the error. In the try section, we'll say const video ID is equal to params const query any is equal to an empty object. If video ID query.video ID is equal to the video ID which we've received. Const comments is equal to await prisma dot comment dot find many, where the given query include the channel. So this will basically find the channel object connected to this comment and include the details for that as well, and add a channel field for that. And then we'll include order by an array created at, and we want to do it descending order of created at. And then we'll just return comments. Save that. So that's all the backend that we need for the comments. So we'll just go ahead and close that. Inside the video ID page, which we have been working on, we'll go to the bottom of these requests and say const comments is equal to await get comments by video ID, and we'll just pass in the video ID. Now to render this out, we'll need another component which renders out all the comments as well as the input. So we'll go into the components folder, video, and inside here we'll make a folder called comment section. We'll need three files: comment section.tsx, comment input.tsx, and comment.tsx. So comment section will be the parent of both. It'll be a use client. And then we can go into the page, and below the description, we can just render that out. So comment section. We need to pass in the comments, and we also need to pass in the video ID. Before we add the details of the comment section, we'll just do array fce in both of these components as well. So inside comment input, we'll do that. And then inside the comment itself, we'll also do that and mark both as use client. Now inside comment section, what we want to do is first create the interface. So interface comment section props. The comments will be of type comment from Prisma client. And since we also have this comment component over here, which we'll be importing, we'll just add an alias to this. So we'll say comment type, and we'll just say comment type over here. And if you remember, we also have the channel details on this. So we'll say channel of type channel from Prisma client. And of course, it'll be an array. And then the video ID will be a string. So the comment section, we can define that as react.fc comment section props and destructure that inside here. What we want to return is a div with a class name of flex call gap 4 and w full mb4. Inside that, we'll have a p tag which has comments.length comments, and you see 0 comments being rendered out right now. Then we want to render out the comment input, and for that we need to pass in the video ID. And below that, we'll add another div, class name flex call gap 4 and empty dash 4. Inside that, what we want to do is go through comments.map, get the current comment, and return the comment component which we just made. In that, we'll say that the key should be comment.id, since we'll be getting that from the backend, and then we'll pass in the comment as well and save that. So let's make the comment input first. Of course, we need to define the interface. So interface comment input props video ID of string react.fc comment input props, get the video ID here. Now we also need the current channel, so const current channel is equal to use context current channel context. And now we'll use the hook which we just made, so const text set text and submit comment is equal to use comment. And if you remember, we need to pass in the video ID into that, so we'll pass that in. And now the outermost div should have a class name of flex gap dash 2 items dash start. The first child will be an avatar, so avatar image src is equal to current channel dot image src or null, and we see that being rendered out here. Below that, we'll have another div, class name flex call and w dash full. The first thing we render is an input, type is text, value is equal to the text which we're getting from the hook, the use comment hook. On change, we want to get the change event, and set text is equal to e.target.value. And all the state management is being handled by the hook which we made, the use comment hook. For the placeholder, we'll say add a comment, and then we'll add the class name. We'll say bg-transparent outline none border b neutral 400 focus border b2 focus border b neutral 200 and pb-1. And now we have a comment input which we can interact with. Below this input, we'll first check if text exists. If it does, we'll render one thing, otherwise we'll just return null. Inside the parentheses here, we'll create another div, the class name of flex justify end gap 4 empty dash 2. We want a button, type will be secondary, on click will be set text empty, and it should say cancel. We'll also have another button, type will be primary, it'll say comment, and on click we just want to call submit comment and save that. And now if we go to the input and we write something, we see that the buttons show up. Hitting cancel empties everything and the buttons disappear. Now if we click on comment, we see that comment added successfully and everything empties out. And we also see that the comment is being rendered out now, and it says 1 comments. So our hook in our backend is working as well as the input. Now we just need to render out the comments. And for that, we'll need to go into the comment component, create the interface. So interface comment props. We'll take the comment as a comment type from Prisma client. It'll also contain a channel field of channel type. React.fc comment props. Take out the comment here. And then this div, we'll give it a key of comment.id. We'll delete this comment over here, the text. We'll give this a class name of flex items start. gap2. The first element inside here will be the avatar. Image src will be comment.channel.image src. Below that, we'll have a div, class name flex call gap1. We'll have a p, which will just render out comment.text. Above that, we'll have a div, class name flex gap2 items center and text-sm. This will have two children, both p tags. So the first one will be class name font medium, and we'll render out at and then comment.channel.handle. And below that, we'll render out another p tag, class name font-light text neutral 400. And then we'll be using day.js. So we'll import that, and then we'll pass in comment.created@, and then we'll call .from now. And now we're able to render out the comment. And for now, we're done with the video page. Now we'll be working on the sidebar which shows up when you click on this hamburger menu over here. So to do that, we'll firstly go into the components shared navigation folder and create a new folder inside that called sidebar. And inside that, make a file called sidebar.tsx, RAFCE, and we'll say use client on top. Now we need to add this inside this navigation file over here. So below the fragment over here, on top of the navbar, we'll say sidebar, and we have to render that out over there. Now we can see it over here, and we want to be able to control this from any page whenever we click on this icon over here. And again, the best way to do that is React context. So similar to the modals that we made before, we'll go into context, the folder, and we'll create a new file called sidebar context.tsx. We'll copy one of the modal contexts as before. So we'll just copy upload video modal context and paste that here. And we'll highlight upload video modal and just control D so we can find all instances and say sidebar context. And of course, instead of modal state, it should be sidebar state. Now we can go into the main layout file. So inside app, routes, layout.tsx. Above the navigation, we'll just include sidebar provider, and we'll put it below this div over here. So now we have the provider which can handle the state of the sidebar through every page in our app. So we'll close this and we'll go into the navigation file, and then near this is the navigation header file. Over here, we'll come to the top and say const sidebar is equal to use context sidebar context. And then for this MD menu icon over here, we'll add an on click, and we can add it onto the icon button on top. We'll say on click if sidebar dot is open, then we want to call sidebar dot on close. Otherwise, we want to call sidebar dot on open. And that's the only way we can open or close the sidebar. So nothing will happen right now because we need to add some logic in the sidebar to either render it or not render it. So firstly, we'll define the interface for the sidebar. So interface sidebar props. And we'll be rendering the channels that the user has subscribed to. So we'll say subscribed channels, and that will be a channel from Prisma client. We'll set that to react.fc sidebar props, and over here get the subscribed channels. And for now, we'll say const sidebar is equal to use context sidebar context, and we'll remove this and we'll create a fragment. The first child inside the fragment will be the entire background which covers the entire page, because if you do click outside the sidebar over here on the page, it should close it. And to detect that, we'll check is sidebar dot is open, and we want to render a div with class name bg-black, bg opacity-50, h screen, w screen, fixed, and z-30. And this will be a self-closing div. And then on click, we want to call sidebar dot on close. Now our navigation is giving us an error, so inside the sidebar, let's just pass in an empty array for now. Now below this curly braces over here, we want to render a div again, and we'll give it a class name. We want it to be fixed w-64 bg stone 950 z40 empty-2 px-6 flex call h screen overflow scroll no dash scroll bar, and then we want to add some logic. So sidebar dot is open, translate x 0. If it's closed, then minus translate x full, and then ease in out duration dash 300. Inside this div, the first thing we'll render is the navigation header. And now we see that when we click on the hamburger menu, the sidebar pops up. Now to remove the scroll bar, we did add a style called no scroll bar, but that's a custom style. So to define that, we need to go inside globals.css, which is over here. And below the body, we'll say at layer utilities, at variance, responsive. We'll say dot no dash scroll bar. We'll say dash ms dash overflow dash style is none, and scroll bar width is none as well. And then we'll copy this dot no dash scroll bar colon dash webkit dash scroll bar, and we'll just say display none. And we see that the scroll bar disappears. So close that. Now below the navigation header, we'll create another div, class name of pt-6 pb-3 border b neutral 700. Now we need to import the menu item component which we made earlier. The first menu item will have a label of home. It'll have a logo, and let's just import the logos we'll be using. So import md outline home and md outline subscription from react icon/md. They should be subscriptions. For the logo, we'll pass in md outline home, class name of h6 w6 mr-4, and we can see it already being rendered over here. We want it to be rounded, so since we passed in the round variant, we now see that it has rounded corners. And now whenever we click on this item, we want it to do two things. Firstly, we want it to go to the home page, and we also want it to close down the sidebar. So to do that, let's just create a function, since all menu items will be closing the sidebar and then calling the router.push. We'll say const handle item click is equal to an arrow function. It takes in an on click, which is another function which it calls. And we wanted to first run the on click, which is passed to it. And we also wanted to call sidebar dot on close. So now over here in the menu item, we can say on click, arrow function, handle item click, pass in another function which basically does router dot push. And we push it to just /, which is the home page. Of course, we need to define router. Const router is equal to use router from next navigation. And that's our first menu item, the home button. We will also be needing details of the current user. So over here, we'll say const current user is equal to use context, current user context. And then for the next menu item, we'll say if current user exists, render something, otherwise render null. What we do want to render is another menu item. The label will be subscriptions. The logo will be MD outline subscriptions. And then the class name will be as before for the logo. On click and round will be similar, so we'll copy that over as well. But instead of pushing it to just forward slash, we'll push it to forward slash subscriptions. And we see we have a subscriptions button over here as well. If we click on the home button, we see that it takes us to the home page, and the subscriptions button takes us to the subscriptions page, which hasn't been built yet. After this div, we'll also want to check if the current user exists. If they do, we want to render something, otherwise null. And what we want to render below this border over here is the list of channels that the user is subscribed to. So for now, we'll just make a div which says subscribed channels. And what we need to do is make an action, a server action, which gets the current user's subscriptions. So we'll go into the actions folder and create a file called get current subscriptions.ts. Export default async function get current subscriptions. The promise will be of type channel from Prisma client, and it'll be an array. So we'll do a try catch. Again, the error will be of type any, and if there is an error, throw new error of type error. We'll say const user is equal to get current user, and we need to await that. If not user, return an empty array. Otherwise, const subscriptions is equal to await prisma dot channel dot find many, where id is in user dot subscribe channel IDs. So what we're telling MongoDB to do is find all of the channels where the channel's ID is inside the current user subscribe channel IDs. And then we'll just return subscriptions. Now, since it is a server action, we can only call it from server components and not client components. And the closest server component we have is navigation. So we'll go into navigation and we'll say const subscriptions is equal to await get current subscriptions. And then since we are using an await now, we need to make this an async component. And then we can pass in subscriptions over here. So now we're fetching the current user subscriptions and we're passing it to the sidebar. Now all we need to do is render it. So inside here, in this div, we'll remove the text. We'll just say that the class name will have a pt of 3. It should have an h2 as the first child. The class name will be font medium mb2 subscriptions. Below that, we'll go through the subscribed channels. We'll map through them. We'll find the current subscribed channel and we'll return a menu item. The key will be subscribed channel.id since we are using a for loop. Label will be subscribed channel.name. Logo will be an avatar image src is equal to subscribed channel dot image src. Size is equal to avatar size dot small, and class name is equal to mt dash 4, sorry, mr dash 4. And we can see that the channel is being rendered out that the user is subscribed to. Next, we just define it as round for the styling, and then in the onClick handler, we'll say handle item click, and we'll pass in a function which does router.push, and we want to take them to the channel that's being clicked on. So slash channel slash subscribed channel.id. Save that. And if we click on this channel over here, we see we're taken to the channel page. And that's it for our sidebar. So now we'll be working on YouTube Studio. So this is a page more focused towards content creators. So this is where you can see the videos you've uploaded, the analytics, like how many subscribers you have, the views, and we'll also allow the user to delete the videos that they've uploaded. So the route for this will be slash studio. So if we go into the app folder and inside routes, you'll remember that we made a studio folder already, and in the slash upload page, the users were able to upload a video. So we'll click on the studio itself and we'll create a page.tsx file over here. And we'll write down export default async function studio page. And we'll just return a div which says studio. And once it refreshes, we see that the page is rendering now. So the route is working. So the first thing we want to do is get the current channel. So we'll get const current channel is equal to await get current channel. And we also want to get the videos that belong to this channel. So we'll say const videos is equal to wait get videos by channel ID. The channel ID will be equal to current channel.id. We'll save that. Now this div will have a class name of flex dash call, w dash full, h dash full, and p dash 8. Now inside this, we'll have two sections. On the top, we'll have a summary of the channel, such as subscribers, etc. And then below that, we'll have a list of the videos belonging to this channel. So for that, we'll need two components. So let's go into the components folder under Studio. Let's create the first component, which is called analytics summary.tsx. That will have a child component called analytics summary item.tsx. And another component we'll need is the video details card.tsx. So let's just run RAFCE on them. So RAFCE here, here, and here. And of course, for each of them, we'll just add the use client declaration. And then for now, we'll go back into the page, and inside the div, the first child which we'll add is the analytics summary. And to that, we want to pass in the videos. So we'll say videos is equal to videos. Below that, we want to make another div and say class name flex dash call gap dash 4 and empty dash 8. Inside that, we'll add an h2 which will say videos, and then the class name for that will be text dash 2xl. Below the h2, we'll add brackets and we'll say videos dot map. And before that, we want to actually find out if there is any videos in the array. So we'll say videos dot length. If that exists, then we want to return something. Otherwise, we want to return upload some videos to get started. Then over here, we will delete these parentheses and we'll say videos dot map. We'll get the video currently, and we'll say return video details card, and the key will be video.id, and the video will be equal to the current video. Now, firstly, we'll make the analytics summary component. So we'll go over there and we want to define the interface. We'll say interface analytics summary props. The videos will be an array of video from Prisma client. So import video from at prisma/client. And then we'll say react.fc analytics summary props. And then extract the videos over here. Now, since the studio page is a protected route, we'll be adding the use protected route hook over here. And now you'll be wondering why we can't just directly use this in the page and why we're adding it here. This is because this is a React hook and it can only be used in a client component and not page.tsx, which is a server component. So after getting that, we'll say const current channel is equal to use context, current channel context. Then const views count is equal to use memo, import that from React. And then inside, it should be videos dot reduce. So we're basically going to go through all the videos and sum up their view count. So reduce basically goes through an array and accumulates a value over each item. So the first variable is the counter, which is keeping track of the total sum. And then the second element is the item at the current index. And we'll just say total views plus video dot view count. And then we pass in the initial value of the sum, which is 0. And they should be capital V. And save that. The outermost div will have a class name of mx-auto flex items center gap-4. Then the first element will be avatar. Size will be avatar size dot large. Image src will be current channel dot image src, and class name will be hidden, but if it's MD then inline. This is just to make the page responsive. So we can see that for a wider width it's visible, but otherwise it's hidden. Then below that we'll create another div which will have a class name of grid dash calls dash 2, MD grid dash calls dash 4, and gap of 4. Now we'll have to use the analytics summary item component that we have made. So let's go over to that, and we want to set the interface analytics summary item props, the value which will be a string or a number, and then subtitle which will be a string or a number. And this is just for rendering out certain values. So react.fc analytics summary item props, and then over here we'll take out the value and the subtitle. Over here the outermost div will have a class name of h-full flex call justify between p5 rounded dash lgbg neutral dash 900. The first item will be an h1 with class name text dash 2xl and lg text dash 3xl. Again, just to make it responsive, over here we'll render out the value. Below that will be a p tag which will render out the subtitle. And over here the class name will be font medium text stone 400 text dash md lg text dash xl and break dash words. Go back into analytics summary. Now the first item will be analytics summary item. The value will be the current channel dot name, and then the subtitle will be string interpolation at current channel dot handle, and we see that's being rendered out over there. So we'll just copy this again, and then the subtitle for the second one will be a string called subscribers. and the value will be compact number format, current channel dot subscriber count. That's being rendered out as well. Again, analytic summary. This will be the total views of the channel, so views, and then that will be the view count which we just calculated at the top. So we'll say compact number format, views count. That's rendered out as well, and you can see it's responsive. And again, the next one will contain the number of videos, so videos. And over here, we'll have compact number format again, videos dot length. And we see everything's being rendered out. And this is how it looks on a wider format. Now, on the bottom over here, we want to render out the details of the different videos we have. For that, we'll use video details card. So let's define the interface. So interface video details card props. And for that, we'll just take the video from Prisma client. React.fc video details card props. Take out the video here. And we'll be using the router. So const router is equal to use router from next navigation. And now we can start adding the content. So the key should be video.id. And then the class name of the outermost div will be flex gap 6. Justify between items center bg neutral 800 p-4 rounded dash lg. The first element will be a link tag. We'll have to import that from next/link. It'll contain an image from next/image. Now let's add the details of the image. So the class name will be aspect-video. The alt will be $video.title and then thumbnail. The src is equal to video.thumbnail src. Height is 90 and width is 160. And then for this link, the href is equal to tilde video slash dollar video.id. And we can see that it's being rendered out now, the thumbnail. So below this link, we'll make another div, which will have a class name of w-2 by 5. The first element inside this will be an h3, which will just render out video.title. And below that, we'll have a p of class name text-sm, text neutral 400, and line clamp 2. And here we'll render out video.description. And we have that being rendered out over here. The next section will be a div with the class name of flex and flex-call. This will have two p tags. The first p tag will say day.js, and we have to import that. Import day.js from /vendor/day.js. And we write down video.created@format d, yyyy. And below that, another p tag with a class name of text-sm, text neutral 400, and published. So now we have the published field as well. We'll just copy this again and paste it. And instead of publish, it should say views. And instead of day.js, we'll be using compact number format. And we'll pass in video.viewCount. And that's being rendered as well. And then lastly, we'll have another div. It'll have a class name of flex and dot flex dash call. The first element is a p tag, and over here we have to render out the fraction of likes to dislikes. So we'll just calculate that at the top. So we'll say const like fraction is equal to video dot like count divided by video dot like count plus video dot dislike count. And then in this p tag we check if like fraction exists. If it does, we render out tilde um, like fraction into 100 and then percent. Otherwise, we render just a hyphen. And then below this another p tag, class name text sm, text neutral 400, and then we render video dot like count likes, and we see that that's being rendered as well. And then lastly we'll have the delete icon, so we'll have to import that from React icon. So we'll say import md delete from react dash icons slash md, and then we'll add that, add a class name of h-6 w-6 and cursor pointer, and then on the on click we'll call a function called handle delete video. Now of course we have to define this, so at the top we'll say const handle delete video is equal to use callback. Over here we'll just put the video.id. Over here we have to import Axios from Axios. Now inside this function over here we want to first confirm, are you sure you want to delete this video? And the confirm function is provided to us by JavaScript, so it just shows an alert over here where you have to click yes or no. So if the user does click yes, then we run axios dot delete slash API slash videos slash video ID, and then we say dot then data, and then we have to import toast from React hot toast, and there shouldn't be video ID, there should be video dot ID. And then over here we say toast dot success video deleted and router dot refresh. If there is an error we say dot catch toast dot error video could not be deleted. And since we aren't using this data field, we can just set that to parentheses and save that. And we have the button being rendered over here, but clicking on it won't do anything because we haven't made the API route yet. And also there should be cursor dash pointer. So let's make the delete route. So back inside videos, inside the API folder, video ID, we'll add another file called route.ts. We'll create the interface first. So interface I params video ID question mark string, export async function delete underscore because we don't care about the request as such, and then we'll get the params equal to params of type I params. We'll say const current channel is equal to await get current channel. If not current channel, return next response dot error, and we need to import next response. Const video is equal to await video prisma dot video dot delete, where id is params dot video id, And lastly, we just return next response dot JSON video and save that. And now the delete function should work. So if we go into our page over here, and we can already see that we have 0 subscribers, but 155 views and 2 videos. So if we go to the bottom video, and if we click on the delete button, we see that it shows us a confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete this video? We click on OK. We get video deleted, and then the page updates, and we don't have that video anymore. And we can also see that it only says 1 videos. But we see that the views did not update, and that's because we missed something. If we go back into analytics summary, we'll see that we have views count and we're using use memo, but we didn't add anything into the dependency array. So if we add videos over here and save that, it gets updated. So that's it for YouTube Studio. We see that it works in a narrow format, and if we expand it, it works here as well. Next, we'll work on the subscriptions page where you can see all of the videos from your subscribed channels at /subscriptions. So to do that, we'll first make an action to get the videos of the channels you're subscribed to. So we'll go into src actions and create a new file called get subscription videos.ts. Export default async function get subscription videos. It'll return a promise of type video from Prisma client, and it will also have a field called channel, which will be equal to channel from Prisma client. And then we'll just wrap this around parentheses because we want an array of these objects. Let's add a try catch here. As always, the error will be of type any, and we'll say throw new error of type error. And then in the try section before that, we'll say const current user is equal to await get current user. In the try section, we'll say const videos is equal to await prisma dot video dot find many, where channel ID in current user dot subscribed channel IDs. Outside the where, we want to add an include, and we want to include the channel detail as well, so channel and true. In the order by, we want to order by an object which will be created at and descending. And then we'll just return videos. So that's the action made. Now we have to add the page for the subscriptions page. So inside app routes, we'll create another folder called subscriptions, and then we'll make a page.tsx. Our export default async function subscriptions, and then we want to say const subscription videos is equal to await get subscription videos. In the return statement, we want to check if subscription videos exists. If it does, then we want to render out for now a div which just says videos. Otherwise, we render out a message which says no videos found. And here we see videos is being rendered out because we do have videos from subscribed channels. Now, this page should be a protected page because you can only see this when you're subscribed to channels, and you can only do that when you're signed in. So we need to use the use protected route hook which we made, but of course we can't do it here because this is a server component. So we need to make a client component which will actually render out the videos. So we'll go into the components folder and we'll make another folder called subscriptions. And inside that, we'll create a component called subscription list.tsx. RAFCE, use client, interface, subscriptions list props, and there should be subscriptions list, and here as well. And we'll say that it should have a videos prop of type video from Prisma client, and it has a channel field equal to channel from Prisma client. That's an array. Then we'll say react.fc of type subscription list props, get the videos here. And then firstly, we'll use the use protected route. You want to say check channel false because you can subscribe even though you don't have a channel. And then the return statement for the outermost div, we'll say mx12, smmx24, py8, grid calls 1, sm grid calls 2, md grid calls 3, lg grid calls 4, XL grid calls 5, and gap dash 4. Inside, we'll do videos.map, get the current video, and map that into a video card, which we had made earlier. The key is equal to video.id. The video is equal to the current video at this index. The channel is equal to video.channel. And then channel avatar will be true because we do want to render that out. Now we go back into our page.tsx, and then instead of this div over here, we will render the subscriptions list component and pass in the videos, which should be equal to the subscription videos over here. Save that. And over here, we can see the videos published by our subscribe channels being rendered over here. And as an additional check, we should also add a dot length over here. And it still works. Now we're finally going to make the home page which shows the trending videos from the past month. So since we are getting data from the backend, we'll go with the server action and we'll call this get trending videos.ts. Export default async function get trending videos, promise of type, we'll just make sure it's an array right now, and we'll say video from Prisma client, and it will have a field which will contain the channel as well. Again, try catch, error of type any, throw new error of error. In the try section, we want to first get the start date from which we want to get the trending video. So start date is equal to new date, which is the current date. Start date dot set month, start date dot get month -1. So the start date of our query will basically be the day a month ago from now. So we'll say const videos is equal to await prisma dot video dot find many. We want to include channel, so set that to true. Below that, we want to say where created at field is greater than or equal to the start date. So this will only send us videos published in the previous month. And then below this, order by an array of objects. The object will be view count descending. So we'll have the video with the most views first and then descending from there. And we just want to render out 50 videos if they exist. And then we'll return the videos array. So now that we have the action, we need to create the route. So we already have the route at page.tsx inside the app folder. Right now it just says hello world. So we need to create an async function instead. And we need to say const trending videos is equal to await get trending videos. Instead of an h1, we will have a div class name of mx12 sm mx24 py8 grid calls 1 sm grid calls 2 md grid calls 3 and gap of 4. Inside here, we go through the trending videos. We first check if they exist. In the case they don't exist, we just render out no videos found. But in case they do, we go through the trending videos via .map, get the trending video at this index, and then we return a video card. The key is equal to trending video.id. The video is equal to trending video. The channel is equal to trending video.channel. And then we do want to render out the channel avatar and save that. And here we see some videos published in the past month and in decreasing order of view count. And it works in a wide format as well. So that's it for our homepage. So the next feature we'll be working on is rendering the recommended videos related to the current video that the user is watching. Now to find related videos, we'll be using a feature in MongoDB Atlas called search index. So basically what we'll be doing is using the current video's title and description and matching it to all of the videos in our database and finding the ones with the most related titles and descriptions. Now, since we are doing string matching on basically every title and description in our database, we could just do basic string matching, but that has two problems. Firstly, that will get very computationally intensive as our database grows in size. And secondly, it becomes very hard to do string matching when we have to take into account things like punctuation, changes in the structure of the titles and descriptions, even though they basically mean the same thing, languages, as well as synonyms and things like that. So what a search index helps us to do is it converts all of the titles and descriptions into tokens. And using those tokens, it can give us a score of how related our titles and descriptions tokens are to every other title and descriptions token in our database. And it uses an algorithm that is called TF-IDF if you want to do more research on that. But we won't be going into too much detail. All we'll need to do right now is go into MongoDB Atlas, and you'll open up your database and click on Browse Collections. Go into the Search tab over here, and now we can make a search index. We'll use the JSON editor over here, and over here where it says test, open that up and click on video. We'll just leave the index name as default, and then over here where we can edit the JSON, I'm going to paste in a value. So we'll basically create a dictionary with a field called mappings. For that, the dynamic value will be true. And then we'll define the fields we'll be using to create the search index. Firstly will be the title of the video, which already exists on the video collection, and the type of that is string, as we already know. And secondly is the description, which is also existent on the video collection, and the type of that is string as well. So we'll click on next, and then we'll just review the final JSON value, and then we'll create the index. Now what MongoDB will do is it will go through all of the elements inside our database for the video collection, and it will index the titles and descriptions and create the search index which we need. So we'll just close this down, and we see that the status says not started, but once it's done, it'll say finished or successful, and then we can carry on. Now we can go into our code base, and before we fetch the recommended videos, we just need to do two things. Firstly, we need to also over here in the src app routes video ID page, we also need to add and comments over here. And then over here, instead of video ID, we need to send video.id and save that. So now to get the recommended videos, we'll create another action in the actions folder. So we'll say get recommended videos.ts, export async function get recommended videos params, and then we need to define the interface. So interface get recommended videos params. The video will be of video type or null. Get recommended videos params. Return a promise of type, it'll be an array of an object of type video, and it'll contain a field called channel of type channel from Prisma client. Inside here, we'll get the video from the params first is equal to params try catch. As always, error of type any, throw new error with error inside. Now to be able to use the search index, we can't use the Prisma API directly. We need to use raw MongoDB queries. So we'll say const videos is equal to await Prisma dot video dot aggregate raw, and this will help us create queries using MongoDB syntax. Inside here, we'll define a pipeline. It will have an array of objects. Each object is a step in the pipeline. So the first object will have a field called $search. Index will be default because this is the index name we chose in MongoDB Atlas. We want to use a field called more like this. And for the like option, we'll pass an array which will have objects inside it. The first object will contain description, video dot description, and title is video dot title. So we're basically saying use the default index and find more videos like this. And to match the likeness, we want to use the current video's description and the current video's title. So outside this search object, we want to add another field which will say limit of 10. So we only want to get 10 videos. Below this another object, we want to say $lookup from channel local field channel ID foreign field underscore ID and then as channel. So this is basically fetching the channel details related to this video and adding it to our objects. And this $search should also be wrapped with an object, and we don't need this outer object over here. And save that. And the last stage in our pipeline says $project. The ID will be 0 because we don't want to include it. Instead, we'll want to include an ID field without the underscore. And then we'll say underscore to string, sorry, $to string. And we'll say $_ ID. For the title, we'll set that to 1. Also, you can also use true. Description, we'll use 1. Created at, we'll set 1. Thumbnail src, we'll set 1. View count, we'll also set 1. And then for the channel, we'll say $array lm at, and then $channel. Wrap that inside quotation marks and say 0. So over here, we're just basically adding all of the fields into our final result and deciding which ones get shown. Now we'll wrap our entire await inside parentheses, and that's because we need to do typecasting. So we'll say as unknown as, and then we'll typecast it to video and channel is equal to channel, and it's an array. We need to do this typecasting because with aggregate raw, Prisma isn't able to tell what the type of the return will be. But we know what it will be, so we can set it here. We'll say return videos dot filter vid dot id not equal to video dot id because we don't want to recommend the same video that the user is on. And now we have the get recommended videos action. Now we can go back into the video ID page, and here we say const recommended videos is equal to await get recommended videos and pass in the current video. In the div which we made over here already, we'll first check if recommended videos exists. If it doesn't, we'll render null. But if it does, we'll map through recommended videos, get the current recommended video, and we want to return a video card. And now you'll begin to see how the video card we made previously was useful because we've already used it in multiple places without having to worry about the styling and anything. So for the key, we'll say recommended video dot id. For the is vertical, we'll set that to false. For video, we'll set that to recommended video. For channel, that will be recommended video dot channel. And then channel avatar will be true. And save that and refresh. And now below the comment, we can see the recommended video is test video from channel 2. And that's mainly because both contain the word test inside the title. If there was something more relevant instead of this, it would show on top of this. And we can see it's being rendered out in a widescreen format as well on the right hand side. Now the last feature we'll be adding is the search feature where you can write down anything and relevant videos show up. And thankfully we can use the search index which we made in the last section. So what we need to do is firstly stop the dev server and run npm I query dash string. And that's because whenever we search for something, we'll be adding the text in the search bar to the URL, and then the page which renders it out will use that to fetch the relevant videos. So we'll run npm run dev again. And now we can go inside the search bar component. So src, components, shared, and navigation, navbar, search. We want to add the router, so const router is equal to use router, and we need to import that. So import use router from next/navigation. Then we need to create a function called const handle search. It will take in an event which will be a react.form event, because if you remember, we have a form as the main element, and it'll be type of HTML form element. We'll create an arrow function, and then first we'll do e.prevent default to prevent any default submit actions on the form. We'll create the query, so the const query is equal to, and then we'll create an object with a field called search query, and we'll set that to whatever text is there in the search bar. Then we'll construct the URL, so we'll say const URL is equal to query string, and that'll get imported from the query string dependency which we just downloaded. And we'll say dot stringify URL, and then the first object will contain a field called URL, and it'll just say slash search, and we'll pass in the query as well. So we're basically saying create a new URL. The base URL should be slash search, and then the query value should contain a field called search query equal to the text in the search bar. And then another object will be skip null true. So if any field inside the query object is null, then it'll just skip it and it won't add it into the final URL. Then we just do router.push and URL. Then in the form, we can just say on submit and call the handle search function. Now we need to actually make a page which renders whenever we go to the search path. So inside app routes, we'll create another folder which will be called search. Inside that, we'll make a page.tsx. We'll say export default function search page. And then for now, we'll just return a div which just says search results. And then if we search for something such as test and click enter, we see that the search results page shows up. And then in the URL, we have a slash search and then a question mark, which means after this is the query. And then we see the search query field which we had set, and it's equal to the text which we had, which is equal to test inside the search bar. So we have this page. Next, we want to make a route where whenever somebody comes to this page, they can send the search query to the backend. It'll find relevant videos and return that. So inside the API folder, inside videos, we already have route.ts. So open that up. We'll create export async function get. We'll take the request of type request. First, we'll get the search query. So const search query is equal to request dot next URL dot search params dot get search query. And this request object is what we are getting over here. And this should actually be next request. And that gets imported from next/server. Then we check if not search query. So there is no search query value. Return next response dot error. Then the query we'll be running is similar to the get recommended videos action. So we'll just copy that query. So we'll go into get recommended videos action. And we can delete this typecasting over here on the outside. And we'll import Prisma. Now in the pipeline, for the first stage, we want to use the index default. But instead of more like this, we want to use a text value. And the query will be equal to the search query which we are getting. And the path can be a wildcard of asterisk, which means any value. So we're basically saying search using the text, and then we're passing in the search query, and we're saying the wildcard should be asterisk. So that means you can search for any text anywhere. We don't want a limit. For the lookup, we want to keep the channel. And for project, we want to keep all of the same values, except for created at, where instead of 1, we want to say dollar date to string date dollar created at. And this basically converts a date object into a string for the created at field. The rest remains the same, and then at the bottom, we can say return next response dot JSON and then the videos. So we're also done with the backend route for getting videos related to a certain query. We can go to the page, and the first thing we do is say const params is equal to use search params from next navigation. And what this will do is it will get this text value which is equal to test in the URL. We'll say const search query is equal to params dot get search query. So we're getting all of the params in our URL, and then we're getting the value of the search query param. We'll create a stateful variable called const video set videos. Set videos is equal to use state of type. We'll just declare this as use client. It'll be of type brackets because it'll be an array. So video from Prisma client and channel field is equal to channel from Prisma client. And the initial value will be an empty array. Let's create a use effect. And the dependency array just contains the search query. Over here, we want to use Axios. So at the top, we'll import it. Import Axios from Axios. We'll say Axios dot get slash API slash videos. And then in the params, we'll pass in the search query. And then in the dot then data, we'll say set videos data dot data as unknown as, and then we'll just take this type from here and paste it there and add the brackets for the typecasting. In the dot catch, we'll just say import toast from React hot toast and then say toast dot error could not fetch videos. So we're able to fetch the data from the backend. Now let's render it. So the outer div will get a class name of w-4x5 mx auto flex call gap 4 items center and pb-4. Instead of this text, we want to go through videos. So first we'll check videos.length. If there is no videos, we'll say no videos found. But if there is, we'll say videos.map video return video card. Key will be video.id. Is vertical is equal to false. Video is equal to video. Channel is equal to video.channel. Include description and the channel avatar is true as well. So include both the description and the channel avatar. And now we see both videos which have the word test inside their title as well as description show up. If we just write down something like channel in search, we see only the video with the text channel inside the title shows up. And this works with longer phrases as well. So if we say test video, we see that both still show up because they both contain this text. So that's all for the search page, and that's also the last feature we'll be implementing. Next, we'll be learning how to deploy our app and add a custom domain as well. So now that we're done with our project, we'll be learning how to deploy it, and we can deploy it for free using Vercel, which is also the company which created Next.js. So before we continue, you'll need to create a GitHub account and push your code to a new GitHub repo. And then you'll go into your code and run npm run lint. This will find any errors in the syntax of your code, and it's needed because if you push it to Vercel without doing this, it'll cause the build to fail and your deployment won't work. So we see that we only have warnings, which isn't an issue, but if you see any errors, do try to fix them before you deploy. Next, we'll go inside package.json and you'll see a script called build. So before the next build section, we want to write Prisma generate. And this command will be run by Vercel whenever you deploy your code. So we need the Prisma generate section before the next build. Then we'll do git add, git commit, add deployment changes, and then we'll do just do git push origin main. Now, before you deploy, you would clear out all your assets inside Cloudinary, and you would also clear out your tables, or ideally, you would create a new Cloudinary account and a new MongoDB Atlas account, and get the environment variables for that as well, as we did previously. Next, you'll need to go to vercel.com, and then you can log in with your Git provider. I'll be logging in via GitHub. Once you log in, you should see a page like this. So then you will click on Import Project and click on Import. And it should ask you permission to be able to import your GitHub repos. And once you've granted permission, it'll show you some GitHub repos which you can import. We see we have the YouTube clone repo, which I just made. So we can click on Import. And then in the environment variable section, we'll go into our .env and we'll just copy everything below database underscore URL and just paste that in here. And then we'll click deploy. After some time, the build will successfully finish. If there are any errors, you can check out the logs of the errors and try to fix it from there. But now you can click on this image over here and it should take you to your deployment. And we see that we have a custom URL, YouTube clone beta 1.vercel.app. And we see that all of our changes are there. We can open and close the sidebar and then open a video as well. And we can see the video. But if we go to sign in, we'll see that the access is blocked. And this is because if you remember inside our Google Cloud Console, inside the client ID, we had some authorized redirect URIs and we only set that to localhost initially. But now that our website is on Vercel servers, we need to add that URL as well. So we'll go back to our app, click on back, and just copy the URL until the .app section. And then back here, we'll click on add URI and paste that in. And then paste in the section from our first URL after this the slash API section. So it should be .app/API and then everything else, and then click on save. Now, if we go back to our project and if we click on sign in now, we see that it automatically signs us in now that we added the URI into Google Cloud Console. So that's how you can deploy your project to Vercel for free, and now you can share this URL with anyone and they can use the website as well. Now, lastly, if you want to add a custom domain to your Vercel deployment, you can do that. And for purchasing domains, I recommend domain.com myself. I've used it for multiple websites before, and it's a really nice service. If you use the code in the description down below, you can get a 20% discount on your first domain purchase. So do check that out. So once you've purchased a domain, you can go into the domain.com control panel. And for the domain that you've bought, you can go into the DNS section and you can see the name servers that you have. If you've just created the domain, you'll probably have some other name servers over here. I have the Vercel DNS name servers over here right now, so I'll show you how to get them. So what you need to do is go back into Vercel and then click on Continue to Dashboard. Then in the settings, go down into domains and then add whichever domain you just created. And just click on the first option and click add. And for me, my domain.com DNS records already point to Vercel, but you will probably see something which says enable DNS records, and you'll have to enable that. And then it'll give you some DNS records to add into domain.com or whichever domain provider you have. So you'll copy those two and then go into domain.com. And then you'll click on add name server over here. And the value you enter over here will basically be these two values, which I've already added. Once that's done, you come back into Vercel, and if you click refresh after some time, you'll see that it shows you the same blue tick marks over here. And then once it does that, it'll take some time for these changes to propagate over the internet. And lastly, you need to go inside Google Cloud Console again and click on add URI, HTTPS, whatever domain that you just bought, slash API, and then copy over the path again and save that. And now it should work with the new domain as well. But then you can go to the website that you have and you can see that my website has been deployed to my custom domain and it's the same Vercel deployment, and you can see that it's interactive as well, and I'm still signed in and I can open up the videos as well. So that's it. That's how you create a YouTube clone using Next.js and the latest best practices and technologies. I really hope you liked the video and learned something new. If you did, please do like and share the video. And please do subscribe. And if you have any other ideas for projects I should work on and any technologies I should focus on, please do mention it down in the comments below. Till next time, thanks for watching.